Hi everyone. I'd like to say the guest is already in the chat. Welcome, sir. Everyone else, I'd like to request you to convey to your friends to join the meeting as soon as possible. If they are in the other events, they can come up for this event if they want. We'd love to have everyone here. Convey the message fast. The event is going to start soon. Thank you.
Most probably more people are joining from YouTube rather than Zoom. So anyways, good afternoon, Chaitanya sir. Sir, are you able to turn on the mic, sir?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, let's get going. Am I audible?
Yeah, hi sir. So yeah, okay. So let's start. Hello and good morning to everyone present here. Welcome to Jagruti. So this year, considering the scenario and everything and how the year has been for everyone, we decided to come up with a concept of Jagruti, which is basically we invite people who we can look up to, who can inspire us through their decisions and through the choices that they have taken along the course of their life, and through their personal achievements and personal experiences. And then we decide to have a nice, friendly interaction with them and basically learn from their experiences. So that's the basic, simple concept of it. Jagruti as a word translates to awakening, and hence this concept. So for our first speaker, I would like to invite Srinath Nair, who is also the head of our college ESL, to please welcome our first speaker.
Hi everybody, this is Srinath here. Uh, okay. So I'd like to introduce Chaitanya IIIT to all of you today. So we are super excited to have you here, sir. Talking a little about Chaitanya, sir. Uh, he's actually the co-founder and head of in the company Darwin Box. So, talking a little about Darwin Box is actually a unique company now with very unique product where they combine deep tech and HR management system. So, one important thing that I noticed about Chaitanya sir today was that he was spot on time. We had given him a time and he was he was there right on time. So I guess that's what makes him a little different, and that's what entrepreneurship teaches everybody. He realizes how important each and every minute is in his life. So we are all super excited to have you here, sir, and we'd like to hear your story. And I would also like to mention that like Bhavijit mentioned just a little early. So Jagruti is the first ever. This is the first ever Jagruti basically, and Jagruti is the first ever talk series by IIIT Hyderabad, by students of IIIT Hyderabad, and we would like to. In fact, we take immense pleasure in letting you know that you are the first speaker of Jagruti, and we are super proud to have you here today. So over to you, Chaitanya, sir.
Thanks, Srinath and team. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here today. Quite excited to interact with all of you folks. And congratulations to the organizing team for coming up with such a good concept and event. And again, thanks once again for having me here. Obviously, I was told to, talk about the awakening moment and my experience and certain things were given. So I will keep it sort of a free flowing, probably, share some parts of the journey that we've undergone so far. And after that, obviously, happy to take happy to take, any questions that you may have anywhere you would like to more, any parts of our journey, happy to share. So we started the Darwin Box like 5 years back. I think with this December, we completed 5 years. Jayant, Rohit, and myself, five of us started this. All three of us, I was working with Ernst & Young. I was consultant there, and Giant was working over there. We were colleagues there. He was working in investment banking practice, and Rohit was working with McKinsey, a consulting firm. So all three of us, we were in different practices. As people also, we're very, very different. So only thing, that is common between or among all of us is all of us, we were working in client-facing roles, helping with large enterprises in certain pieces of managing their business. So Rohit was more on the digital transformation. I was handling HR and strategy part of the consulting, and Jayant, being the investment banker, he was handling mergers and acquisitions part of the business. So that is where, if you look at any organization, there are three fundamental systems of record. So again, no rocket science. Systems of record means basically where they keep important data for running, business, day-to-day business. One is your finance system, where all the finance-related transactions are kept, and the second is your CRM, all the customer related transactions are kept, basically your CRM systems where all your sales customer related data is kept. And third is your HR systems, basically where, all the data or all the transactions about, employees are kept. So Darwinbox is a end-to-end HR tech platform for enterprises. So we manage complete employee life cycle for enterprises. So again, so as part of our work, so we got to work with all these three fundamental systems of record, and coincidentally, we realized sort of people or clients we were working with, they're not very happy with the HR systems that they are using. So just out of curiosity, honestly, nothing to do with entrepreneurship or anything, just out of curiosity, we thought, okay, let us talk to a few CIOs and CHROs and try understanding what is the problem in those systems. And it was quite intriguing, the sort of insights we were getting. And later we ended up meeting almost 50, 60 of CIOs and CHROs. So that is where we sort of seen a great opportunity to build a application for managing HR for large enterprises. So we have clearly identified certain gaps, which became first principles for building the product. So one, unlike any other application or any other function like finance or customer, HR is very culture driven, very context driven. So the way we manage people, it is very, very influenced by the sort of culture we have. For example, in India, even to that matter, Southeast Asia, so we are very hierarchical in terms of the culture. So as an example, what it means is in companies, for anything, there would be so many levels of approval that is required. So just an example. So, and again, there were a lot of, local or regional nuances that were not being handled by existing systems. So second thing is, for example, there are certain first principles. HR is the only system which is used by everyone in the organization. Every guy logs into the platform. In a way, it is more like a consumer application inside a company. So what it means is you need to build it so intuitively in a way a CEO can also use, and your last guy probably is a plant operator. Okay, maybe not even a SSC graduate. He should also be able to use. So if you make an application very complex and clunky, so people just don't adapt. And the second is we're also a nation where everyone doesn't have desktops. So a lot of stuff is handled on mobile thing. So you need to handle a lot of stuff on the mobile. So mobility becomes extremely important. So third is the whole ecosystem sort of broken. People are managing multiple things on multiple platforms. So that is where we have seen a great opportunity for building end-to-end platform so that people can manage everything related to HR on one platform. So again, as I was saying, another thing was when we looked at it, we were quite surprised. 90% of the market was shared by two large guys, obviously not Indian players, SAP and Oracle of the world. So now these systems are sort of built for Western philosophy, built in US and kind of sold to India. So we take so much pride, right? I mean, we are a country where IT ecosystem is very, very strong. We are exporting so many billions of dollars of information technology, etc. So on the other end, it was so ironical. 90% of enterprises are using systems that are built outside India. So that is where actually we sort of felt bad about it. I mean, why not build a great platform for Indian enterprises? So out of based out of India. So again, if you look at IT or technology value chain, at the lowest level, it is services sector. Basically, taking work and delivering it and getting the money. We are extremely strong in that. So the next layer is actually the application or a product sector, where you actually build product and you sell it, and you keep making revenue. So if you look at the value, it is much more higher. So third is actually the true high tech or innovation driven engineering. So where you actually innovate something patent driven and a fundamental sort of innovation. So again, very, very high value added. So we are pretty much, virtually absent in third segment. So we are extremely strong in, the bottom segment where, we're extremely strong in services. And second, not only Darwinbox, today, thanks to a startup ecosystem, many good products are coming out of India. So we are becoming extremely strong in the product ecosystem as well. So that is where we are all operating. So 10 guys like you in the campus, you guys need to operate in the top of the value chain, where we're actually doing high end of engineering. So that is where you all need to operate. So yesterday I was talking to our CISO. He was telling me for handling certain microservice level security, there are only two guys in the world. So one is an Israeli company and second is a US company. So both are about $1 billion revenue with 400 employees. So can you believe that? I mean, that is where, we're not dreaming about or we're not going. So that is where you guys, probably need to think about. So that is where we were quite surprised, at least if not highest in the value chain, we want to operate in the product segment and want to build a product for India and then, want to take it to the world. It is a bit unconventional. Generally, people do vice versa, like. So they build a product, go to US, and they may or may not or never come back to India. So while we wanted to solve for India, we thought again looking at a consumer or a B2C, B2B2C sort of angle, and looking at the workforce diversity here, importance of mobile, etc. We've seen a great opportunity over there. And it was not a very easy call to take because none of us were techies. So I did a few years of programming after my engineering, and then I did my MBA, like a beaten and tested and path everyone chooses, right? So I mean, which I repent. I mean, I always think I should have continued programming. So none of us were techies, and none of us knew the nuances of building a large product. So in the hindsight, it appears, sometimes ignorance is bliss. So had we known how complex it is to build a product of that scale and nature, probably we would have never taken that plunge. So now that's how we sort of started. And so since then, it's been a quite interesting journey. So it's been 5 years. And today, we manage close to 500 enterprises. As I said, the focus is enterprises. We don't work with SMEs so much. And we manage more than 1 million users on the platform, actually employees on the platform. 90% of our revenue is coming from India today. So we started expanding to Southeast Asia last year and seen a very extremely good traction. So when people ask me, why India? So like that unconventional thing. So I tell them, one, as I said, we don't feel happy about the fact that 90% of business is owned by non-Indian companies when India is so strong in terms of IT, at least ecosystem and the sort of talent that is available. SAPs or Oracles or you take anyone, end of the day, most of the engineering is done by Indians only, whether it is India or in US. So that is one thing. And second, we also tell them, it is an extremely great market actually to build a product and scale it and stabilize it. So because at least in HR, you won't find any country more complex than India because we are a very diverse country, not only in terms of the sectors, but also in terms of employee types, etc. You have every other employee type, right? I mean, daily wage sort of employee to maybe a CEO or sort of an employee. So now it was sort of proven right when we went to Southeast Asia. We literally had nothing new to build. In fact, we had to tone down the product to a large extent. So now we are getting ourselves ready for going to new geographies that may include US and a lot of other Western countries as well, and sell the product that is built out of India to them. So that is where we are heading towards. So now that is something that is a little bit about the journey so far. I won't bore you by getting into the nuances of what we have done at every step, etc. But if I summarize, maybe key learnings personally that are important for me. So the first thing is again, as I said, one thing, I just want to clearly call out is all three of us, we were accidental entrepreneurs. It was not like, okay, I always dreamt of, becoming an entrepreneur, or told myself I can never be anything other than entrepreneur, nothing like that. So all three of us, we were accidental entrepreneurs. And what I feel is, at least in 90% of the cases, entrepreneurship happens very accidentally. So, and the way I see it is, entrepreneurship is not a career. It is actually, it is probably a skill or, way of working. It is about identifying a problem and having a zeal, or not leaving it, but, having that motivation to solve that problem, and ensuring you actually invest your most important asset, that is time, to solve that problem. So having courage to invest your time to solve that problem. So the way I see it is, entrepreneurship, as I said, it is more about a mindset than a career. So you don't need to start a company and become an entrepreneur. So to have that entrepreneurial sort of, whatever mindset, you can pretty much do, maybe even in your academics as well, or in the job that you are doing. So that is one important learning that I have. So second thing is, again, once you scale to some extent, then it is all about getting right people, right? I mean, into the company. So especially with people, especially the sort of people with entrepreneurial mindset, we really that becomes your number one priority. It could be like very, very value adding investors, or those set of people who add a lot of value and take it ahead. So and even before that, it is about having a strong team, so who share the same passion or a dream or vision that you have, so that you can work together and realize that. So in my experience, it should never be a sort of journey that you should take alone. So you should always have a partners in your journey. So you should always have that A team. So if any of you want to do anything, please never do that alone. So you have your A team, or have your partners, okay, for doing that. So that is second thing. And as I said, after a point, it is about getting right people into the company. And one personal revelation, or one personal whatever, I mean, maturity for me is, after a point you actually realize it is about building something significant, building something that is important, materialistic, and maybe in that process, one of the important things is creating wealth for everyone. It is very, very less about you. You are a founder, that is fine. So, but after a point, it is not about you, or not about ego, or not about you sitting at the top, or not about you, giving the controls and commanding everyone like that. So, it is a lot more about accomplishing your mission and scaling what you started, and building something meaningful in the process. Creating wealth for everyone. So you are also getting benefited, right? So it is very less about your ego, or about yourself. So that is where people should realize after a point. So what it means is, you should actually try hiring, or you should always hire people better than you. What it means is, in the process, so you ask yourself, can you actually report to someone who's joined you later, who you hired, but he's better than you. So maybe you should be ready to do that. So because end of the day, it is about company, or it is about growing it, not so much about yourself. So next thing is, this is one of the important things that I've learned in my journey of entrepreneurship. So people are generally helpful. So we're becoming very, very cynical these days. But on contrary to what I used to think, generally people are very helpful. I mean, just trust me on that. So I have so many first-hand experiences. So you ping someone on LinkedIn, or you reach out to someone, or you drop them a mail. In most cases, people try to help you. So, for example, most of our, probably a lot of our success should be given to, or should be attributed to our clients, 500 clients, each one of them. So while they could afford, they had a choice to select a large brand or a company, they believed in us, and there was absolutely no reason for them, to give us an opportunity. So they just helped us. So that is where generally people are helpful. So don't hesitate to reach out for help. So do ask for help. That is one important thing that I realized. So last thing is again, enjoy the ride. So if you start entrepreneurship and if you want to if you're doing that, just enjoy the ride. As I said, it is more about the journey and not so much about the end state. Just enjoy the ride and don't take it very personally. It is okay. I mean, if you fail, just go and join a company or try again. So I've seen people taking it so personally. That's okay, man. If you fail, it's fine. So world is not stopping because because you're failing. So it's okay. So that is a last thing I want to follow. So that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, I think it's 25 minutes. So open for any questions that you may have.
We have a couple of questions here. So even I have a question. So let's just first go through the questions that the audience has sent. First one, Srijan. So the question is, sir, how do you feel about the Hollywood and Bollywood representation of the HR department? And what will you...
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir, you're audible.
So how is Hollywood and Bollywood representation of a board? So for example, my wife was watching a movie where a lady entrepreneur, she starts a business, and then when she walks into the board, the board stands and everything freezes for a moment. So she just makes some statements and leave the boardroom and gets into the car and that's it. So it doesn't happen like that. Okay, so board conversations are many a times not so cordial, and which is actually a good thing. So you should have a board that challenges you. So not only HR, I think a lot of aspects of business, a lot of the functions are grossly misrepresented in movies. So at least HR is a most critical function. So which I've learned even more in the first-hand experience of running a business. For example, if you ask me, so what are probably your top challenges for Davin Box? So I would say my number one challenge is getting good people into the company across all the functions. So it could be engineering or sales or marketing or customer success. And I bet I challenge you. You go and ask any CEO or any entrepreneur. So at least 99% would say my biggest challenge or my biggest priority is getting good people. So what is the second biggest challenge or most important priority for me? So the second biggest or most important priority is basically keeping them engaged, motivated, so that actually they deliver their best. So which in turn, takes your company ahead. So what is my third biggest challenge? So when people perform, so ensuring they are rewarded. So it could be a sort of ownership in the company or objective reward or maybe a sort of praise or recognition that you are giving. So you ask any of the CEOs, so they talk about, at least if you ask top five, all these three will definitely be there in top three priorities. So no one will come and tell you geographical expansion, increasing sales, or raising more money as my biggest priorities. People will say getting good people, keeping them motivated, engaged, and so that they'll be very productive. And third is ensuring that actually they're appropriately rewarded and recognized. Now, which function handles all these things? So it is HR only owns, right? At least HR is the owner or accountable for doing these three. So it is grossly represented. It is extremely critical and vital function in running the business. So obviously, how we are changing, again, we help them giving employees a very good experience for managing their own career or performance or even the transactions inside the company. And third, we'll also help them with the right out-of-the-box insights or a BI layer without having to spend so much of time or taking not data-driven decisions. So we'll help them in taking a very data-driven decisions. Obviously, data comes when people use all the systems. People use all the systems when your systems are good and usable. So that's when they adopt. So in simple words, that is how we help.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll just go ahead with the next question, sir. That's from Manish Mathur. So the question is, how do you propose young entrepreneurs pitch their ideas to investors to get funding? As in, what do you think investors look for in startup or product before investing?
See, one thing, if I'm very, very realistic about this question, again, Ketika, if you draw parallels to our journey, when we started 5 years back, in whatever we have started, there was absolutely nothing new. Okay, there was nothing new. HR tech or whatever we are trying to do, it's been there for last 30 years. And SAP and Oracle, they are the market leaders, by the way. I mean, with 90% market share, all the enterprises. So either for us or for the investors, if you go by logic, it didn't have, it didn't make any sense at all. Okay, to start the company or even to invest in a company. So, which is into the domain, it's been there for last 30 years, nothing new, and started by three non-techies and telling, okay, we go and compete with the SAPs and all. It's okay, there was nothing practical about it, right? So, see, there are two things here. One, we are clear about certain first principles. While it is nothing new, we identified our own first principles, and which in turn sort of differentiate yourself in the market. While the idea is nothing new, but the execution is new. You have your own unique value proposition. So one thing is ensure in whatever you are pitching, or even before that, just realize a lot of entrepreneurship is about doing what is already done. So we are not all of us are Elon Musk, okay, to come up with something innovative and first time in the world. So most of entrepreneurship or most of business happens in something that is already existing. Okay, so there is nothing wrong in that. So you will have certain advantages and disadvantages being a late mover. Okay, so but what it means is you need to have your own first principles and you should stick to them. So those principles should actually be helping you in clearly differentiating your value proposition, even in a very, very noisiest and cluttered sort of a market. So one, they see for that, okay, what is your unique value proposition? So while the idea could be something that's been there. And second is, again, it is only 10% about the idea and 90% is execution. So now, obviously, execution means it is about the sort of people who are taking that journey, the profile of the people, the exposure that they have, or whatsoever. So, unfortunately, see, I don't want to bluff by saying they don't look at profiles of entrepreneurs. They just look at the idea, etc. So you might have greatest of ideas, but end of the day, if I were them, or if I am an investor, obviously I bet more on entrepreneur than that, because 90% is about execution. So what it means is, so unfortunately, certain pedigree will be given a certain priority. And that is the reality, okay? Because it is proxy probably for certain competence and execution capability. There could be exceptions. I'm not denying. I want to get into that argument. And the second is, honestly, at least what I've seen is these days, lot of preference is given to either seasoned entrepreneurs or people who are starting after getting some exposure in the industry, rather than just very fresh out of the campus or entrepreneurs. So again, I don't have anything personal against, but that is the reality. So if you have some relevant experience, if in the sector or segment that you are picking up, well and good, great. So nothing like it. Say, you worked in the insurance sector for, say, 5 years or 10 years, and you want to disrupt it with a certain unique value proposition. Definitely. That definitely, there is a sort of a weightage or undue advantage, that you get because you have that exposure. But at least, so corporate exposure is something, a good pedigree and corporate exposure before starting something. I think that is what, they are all looking for here. There can be exceptions, but that is the reality. So net summarizing your first principles, and from that a value proposition or a unique value proposition or your USP, even in a very noisy and very cluttered market. That is number one. And second is your own pedigree and corporate exposure. And second one gets, a lot more weightage. Again, if you ask me what is important between these two.
Okay. So next question is from Prateek.
I mean, I disheartened anyone who wants to start right after the campus. I'm sorry. I mean, you can pretty much do that. You can be an exception. I'm telling you a general truth. Yeah.
Okay, should I proceed to the next question, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So next one from Prateek Sancheti. So if given an option to work in a small scale startup and corporate, what are the pros and cons of each?
See, again, very good question. Guys, I mean, again, joining a startup is a choice. So first of all, ask yourself whether you are ready for that. Okay. So in startup, obviously, along with the exposure and learning, generally work would also be very high. See, when I said work is high, that is what I keep saying. So it is not in terms of objective hours. See, no one works 15 hours a day every day. So you will go insane in a week. If someone is saying, okay, I work 18 hours or 15 hours every day, and for last 2 years, please don't trust them. Okay, that guy would have ended up in some asylum. I'm telling you, had he been doing that. So we are not built for that. So focusedly, we can't work more than 8-9 hours. That is the truth. So in startups, the problem, I mean, I won't say problem. The challenge is you will always have a consistent work and need for focus, which is not easy because, you are in a war, right? I mean, you're in a war for survival. So you need to keep executing something or other. So in big companies, see, they owned that luxury. So again, I'm not saying that's a choice. So every company gets there. So they own the luxury where for solving a problem, they can afford, more people than, what a small company can afford. So what it means is more brains solving the same problem. So a bit of, I won't say relaxed sort of working, but itna focus and consistent focus and work, won't be there. So you'll have some breathing space, etc. So now, you need to ask yourselves, okay, whether you are up for it or whether you like this way of working. So both give their own exposure and learning, but the pace of learning obviously will be much higher in a startup. Obviously, at the cost of you working very consistently in a focused way, compared to a large company. So that's a choice you need to have. So if you want a very quick-paced learning, you should join startup. Okay, so eventually in both the companies you get good exposure. I am not against joining large companies. So and second is again, when you are in a startup, I also suggest get yourselves exposed to more areas of business. So which is not possible in a corporate company. If you join a function, it is unlikely they rotate you across different functions. You get exposure to all the aspects of running a business. But that is a possibility in a startup. So you can actually ask, and it's very likely you get to work in different aspects of the business because no one tells you not to work on something in a startup. So when you join a startup, again, quick-paced learning, and second is obviously get yourself exposed to as many aspects of the business as possible simultaneously. So now it is a choice. If you want that sort of thing, if you like that sort of thing, you should join startup. Or you want more specialization in a function, you should join corporate.
So next question is from Vivek Mathur, sir, and it's basically it's into two parts actually, and I think you have already answered one part. So I just ask the question that is relevant right now. What do you think are the phases that a young entrepreneur might go through?
Okay. So one is obviously ideation. Just as I said, what you want to do, and pursuing that idea, and finally taking a call or taking the plunge. So a lot of people, I think 90% of the people are stuck in that stage, right? I mean, they always want to do entrepreneurship, but they might have ideas also. But taking plunge is something that takes time. So that is the first stage. Like not only young entrepreneurs, a lot of aspirational entrepreneurs also go through. So again, as I said, it is good if you have a team at ideation stage itself. So because it is unlikely you find a co-founder after you have an idea and then you post in Facebook or whatever LinkedIn looking for a co-founder. I mean, so generally you don't find co-founders on social network. So you should have a good team at the ideation stage itself. And then you should have courage to take the plunge. I think that is the second phase. So again, there is no part-time entrepreneurship. Let me be very, very clear. Entrepreneurship is a full-time job. And so if you have that safety thread hanging onto you in terms of in the shape of a full-time job, you'll never put your heart and soul into this and fight hard. Like there is no tomorrow. So that is why you should first of all cut that safety thread and take that full plunge into entrepreneurship. I think that is second phase, and the third is obviously initial execution. So MVP, basically realizing or coming up with that first minimum viable product and going to the market and taking feedback and MVP is extremely critical. A lot of times success depends on how right you get your MVP right. That is where a lot of research or a lot of deliberation consideration should be given to what should be my MVP in any business or product. So once MVP is released and there is a decent interest in the market for what you are building, clubbed with strong feedback loop. So you get that initial traction, first set of beta clients and then paying clients, etc. So and probably there is also a good time for maybe getting some good investor who can truly add value. And since then it is about journey of like scale. So a 0 to 1 million is one journey, 1 to 10 million is another, 10 to 100 is another journey. So it is just about journey of the scaling. And every journey of the scaling is again for an entrepreneur, it is nothing but getting good people into the company who can actually take you through that journey. Maybe you haven't done this before, so let's be honest. So don't assume, okay, you can do it alone. So you should get people who have done this before or who can help you get there. Yep.
Okay, so the next question, I guess I myself would like to ask you a couple of questions, and this is specific to Darwin Box. So my first question to you is, you initially mentioned in your talk that your core team did not actually consist of any techies, right? So my question to you is that when you talk about Darwin Box, it is actually a complete HR management system with a deep tech. I mean, it's a deep tech solution to HR management. So which is typically a core tech thing, right?
Yeah, it's a tech company.
Yeah. So my question is, how long did it take you to build your first product? How different is your initial product from what you have today? And how did you go about building your first product? Because you didn't have any techies with you.
Okay. So the first challenge was hiring the first engineer because none of us were techies. See, I think that was the toughest thing. So if you ask me if there is a tech co-founder, it would be great. Okay, in our case, it was not the case. But I think tech co-founder would be greatly helpful. I mean, whenever you're starting a business. So on the other end, it should not be like all tech co-founders also. Like you should have a very good hybrid mix of co-founders with complementary skill set. So see, I would be honest. Obviously, it would have helped us even more if had one of us been techies. But God has been extremely kind, and we're very lucky we got our first engineer come CTO. Extremely good guy. So again, so what helped? I think luck would. So to some extent, to a great extent, you also need to have luck. So in getting that good guy, good engineer who can build the product. So that is what it has been. And obviously after that, even today, I think building a good tech team is the biggest challenge. I mean, it's not easy to get good engineers because everyone wants them right in the market. So it is not easy. Now the first product whatever we have built, I think that there is no comparison only where we are today and what we have built back then. It was much lighter version, MVP sort of a version, primarily to get the initial traction and all. See, TK net, what I would like to say is, in the hindsight, everything makes sense. I think that there is a good video of Steve Jobs also, right? He says, only in the hindsight you can connect the dots and the Stanford speech. You should watch it and I did not watch. So there was a time where we took 20 days or 25 days or a month struggling for how to do a single sign-on. So with AD or a SAML or our own identity provider, etc. So we thought it is extremely complex. So now it is a 2-minute thing. It's simple configuration. So it's not even required engineering intervention. Someone can just open configure and click, that's it, done. So it's very simple. So that is where in hindsight, a lot of problems, appear or look extremely simple, which would have taken so much of your mind share when you're actually solving them. That is a challenging and fun part of a startup. So again, summarizing, obviously a tech co-founder would be extremely useful, or you should get that first a great engineer, who can build things for you. I think if you ask me how, I think in our case it is luck. I don't have a formula to get that. So yeah. And second, product is evolving every day, which is the case with every product. So there is no comparison on where we are today and where we started. In the hindsight, a lot of things we struggle. They look very, very simple. That is what the journey of a company. And it happens, as I again mentioned, when you keep getting good people into the company at every stage. Yep.
Okay, thanks a lot for that answer, sir. I guess this could be the last question for you today. So yeah, that's. Does an MBA help a tech guy find an insight into the finance world, or is it just a thing required on your resume?
What is it? I didn't get it. Could you please come again?
So does an MBA help a tech guy find an insight into the finance world, or is it just a thing required on your resume?
You said MBA.
Yeah, MBA.
Okay, so summarizing the question, would MBA be useful or not? I mean, that is the question, right, for a tech person. Okay. So, see, I think, running a business is very, very different from what you learn in B school. So, if I reflect on what I learned in the B school and what we are doing today, so one is, it is not a necessity. Like, without MBA, it is not like you can't run a business. But if I reflect on my 2 years in the B school, it is a very, very worthy investment in multiple aspects. One is, I'm sure, which you would have also realized, going to any good college, it is more about the sort of a peer group that you get, the sort of friendships you make, and the sort of peer group you get. So, for example, I got to I got to meet some of the smartest folks in the B school. Okay, and obviously that helped me to challenge myself and grow. So in that way, MBA is extremely useful. And second, at a very overall level, it helps you to have a certain structure and framework. Okay, to think and to do business. So, for example, a finance or a rising a money or HR or a marketing, these things, they won't scare you anymore. See, at the end of the day, they're all common sensical. It's not rocket science. You will figure out. But obviously, if you have MBA, so the learning curve is much lesser and they won't scare you. So, which is useful. So, by doing MBA. And third is, again, whether it is funding or your ability to maybe open some doors in the market, especially in the early stages or even later stages, or the sort of people you will have access to, etc. That is priceless thing, right? I mean, when you do MBA, you go to say IIM or Harvard or anything. So after 10 years, all these guys would be in very good positions, right? So you can, and there is a very strong alumni network as well for every B school, so which you can immediately fall back on. So that way, that is extremely useful. So answering your question, it is not must and should for doing business, because end of the day, all business streams are very, very common sense. So, for example, there are greatest of HRs from business background who hadn't done any MBA, and same goes with all the other streams, maybe strategy or finance or anything. So, but it does help you in terms of meeting very, very good peers and be in touch with them, opening certain doors, rising maybe money, because that gives you certain advantage, certain type of pedigree, and most importantly, some structured thinking for running the business. You won't be scared of different functions of business. So it is overwhelming otherwise. So you need to take care of day-to-day finance, salaries, and money, rising the money, and then utilizing the funds that you have in the banks, and then marketing, sales, pre-sales, inside sales, HR, then product, technology. So all these things, it's very overwhelming running a business. So you will get there obviously, but it will help you to cut the learning curve.
Okay, so
Cool.
yeah, so that was supposed to be the last question for you, sir. But when I find somebody like you who has run a very interesting company, I like Darwin Box. It's very difficult to keep the questions to ourselves. So I guess I would ask one last question. I hope you're okay with that.
Sure, sure. I mean, yeah, please.
Yeah. So my question to you is basically, I've read over in a lot of places, and recently I also got a chance to interact with a few investors. So they've also confirmed this thing. I just wanted to know your take on that, and how Darwin Box stuck onto it. So what I read was basically that in the core team, with just the co-founders, it is a general notion that before you go for the first round of investment, be it seed or Series A, what I've generally heard is that the core team should be able to generate revenue as much as $100,000 to be to show people, I mean, to show in general to the startup community that you are a successful startup and you have a successful product. So what is your take on that, and where has Darwin Box stuck onto it in the first year?
See, there is no hard set rule about that in terms of how much revenue you need to make before approaching the investors. But one, there should be MVP in the place, and there should be few paying clients. So the idea should clearly be working. What it means is that you should be having some revenue in terms of paying clients. So see, even getting seed funding, even before that, even for building MVP and getting the first clients. See, there could be some guys who would be doing that, but at least, okay, I don't recommend it. So you will end up diluting so much of your company unnecessarily. And because these guys they are also taking a lot of risk. So they're just investing in a company which is only in the air in your minds. So for that risk, they ask for more return. So you have to dilute a lot more if you raise money at even before pre MVP and first a paying client sort of a stage. So very, very few guys do that. Coming at that cycle and investing the money. Very, very few guys. I mean, I can think of only 2-3 guys. Any institutional investor, they only come at even at a seed round. They expect certain MVP to be in the place and certain traction in the market. So there is no hard set rule about how much of the revenue, but at least few paying clients, or at least 2-3 paying clients, and obviously a good feedback from your initial set of clients. So without that, it's very difficult, and you should not go also as per. You should self-survive till you get to that stage. That's what we have also done when we raised our seed round. I think it's for $1 million. I think. Maybe you were right. We were at around 100K or 150K sort of ARR. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for your time, sir. So yeah, I guess that would be the end of the question and answer now. So I guess Bhavijit, are you there?
Yeah. Hi, Srinath.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, thank you, sir. We are extremely grateful for taking out time from your busy schedule and enlightening us all. As a token of appreciation and thanks, we would like to present you a tree that has been planted by the Grow Trees organization in the Sundarbans National Park of West Bengal on your name. So, you would also be receiving a certificate for the same on your mail ID. So yeah, thanks a lot for that. And we hope that we stay connected with you in the future as well. And really thank you for your time. And I hope everybody over here, close to 100 participants and everybody else watching via YouTube enjoyed the session. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Have a nice rest of the day. Thanks for such a nice gesture. Yet I wish I hope I would get to see the tree one day. So let's see how it goes. Okay, see you. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you, sir. Hoping to host you offline.
Okay,
Can we
so
stop the YouTube live for some time?
it's fine. The next session is gonna start in hardly 10 minutes, so we can keep it going if you
I
want.
That's right.
Yep. So until then, to the audience, guys, please stay tuned. Next, we have Anand Rathi, and we'll be starting with him at 1 p.m. sharp. And before we do that, I would also like to thank all the organizers. I would like to thank Professor Ramesh and Professor Pradeep for helping us reach out to these to our speakers and helping us contact with them. Then later we obviously have our organizing team, Shivan and everybody else who was involved in Jagruti, Varun for heading the entire team, Srijan, Shivangi, Anish, and everybody else. So yeah, and Pratik obviously. So thank you, and let's have a 5 minutes break and return by 12:55, 12:56.
Everyone, I just say one thing. Anand sir is an alumni of our college only. Especially for first years and second years, convey it to your friends. We'll be starting at 1 o'clock. He might give you some insights, which will help you a lot in the journey of the college. And definitely for photography, that will help you capture the best moments of your life. So make sure all your friends are here. Just tag them on your groups, DM them, send them the links, and ask them to be here as soon as possible. Hope you guys enjoy the remaining of the event. See you at 1.
Good afternoon, Anand sir. We are just setting up. We are having some issue with Zoom. Just hold on a minute. Everyone, please, in case we are missing someone, if you need to call someone else who has not come yet, please call them fast. We'll be starting soon. Okay, more people can attend via YouTube. I'll share the YouTube link on the chat. We are facing some issues, and otherwise we'll have to end the meeting, so we can't afford to do that.
Yeah, by the way, just to clarify, by end the meet, I mean that we'll have to like end and rejoin, not like end the meet at all, like entirely. So okay,
Shivangi,
so yeah,
hi Shivangi.
S- Prateek, yeah. So hi Prateek, apologies for the delay and the glitches.
Good to
Finally,
have
we
you.
are all set to start. And we have 100 people tuned in via the Zoom meet, and all the others
Uh,
streaming, watching live via YouTube. So I would request
is Sir here, I
Shivangi
suppose?
to, yeah, yeah,
All right. Shivangi, go ahead. You can start up now.
yeah.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. Today, we are very excited to have amongst us a 2008 CSE graduate from our very own college. He is an engineer turned hedge fund manager turned self-taught shutterbug, the founder of Reels and Frames, one of India's top documentary, photography, and film companies. He is the winner of 5 Lifetime Fearless Awards for his astounding photographs. He is the one, the only Anand Rathi. We welcome you, sir.
Navijit, could you confirm if
Sir, I
he's
think
here?
you're muted. Um,
Anand sir, you are muted.
um, he can't unmute. Please, someone look into that.
I think,
Yeah, I
yep,
think this
Yeah,
might
now,
you're
work.
audible now, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's good to be in a talk where I can speak. Usually it's a good starting point. All right. We have 104 people here. So we finally figured the Zoom thing, huh? Okay, great. All right. How is everyone doing? If you guys can hear me fine and can see me fine,
Yes,
just
yes.
reply with like a
Yeah,
thumbs up or one of those
perfectly
hello
fine, sir.
icons on the group chat. Because everyone can everyone, at least I know, even the backbenchers, whoever is wherever. Just yeah. Okay. Thumbs up. Okay. Watching you via YouTube as well. Crystal clear voice. Thank you. I've been working on my voice for a bit. Okay. All right. I guess everyone can hear me now. Um, here's how we can do this. Okay. Let me backbencher in triple ITS. Of course, man. I was one of those. Oh, let's not be ashamed. But I'm gonna try and pull up a presentation. But before I do, I'd like to understand. These are all current students, right, that are attending
Yep.
the. Uh, okay, all right, fantastic. And what's the idea of Jagruti? I'm sorry, I'm a little uninformed as I walk into this, but
So,
what's the idea of Jagruti in Felicity?
so basically, sir, this year Felicity had to be online.
Right.
Usually, not in Felicity, but annually, like let's say once in a year, uh, we have this event MIT Fail, or it's more of like a TEDx kind of a thing,
Yeah.
wherein
Yeah.
we call people we think can guide the students
Right.
to steer their way through life a bit more easier, sharing experiences. Can be failure, can be turning points of life, can be anything that changed any particular a stage of life where you chose a decision, where you made a
Okay.
decision. So, like, let's
Okay.
say for you, I would say I don't know what was the turning point in your life. That is what
Yeah.
we'll be talking about more in the
Uh,
conversation. But otherwise, it is a drastic change to go from a CAC background, from an engineering background, to a, a complete photography, and that to making your name everywhere.
uh,
That's a great achievement, first of all, and a lot of people admire you for that. But not much people know the story behind. There have been
okay.
struggles, there have been a lot of
Okay.
things. So we just talk about
Okay.
normal. It's a normal conversation. That's it.
Okay. So I see all the backbenchers have now become active on the chat, which is a great thing, right? It's good to have that attention. Somebody saying Marathi, Marathi, Mahit nahi. So that's all the Marathi I know. I'll stick to English and bit of Hindi once in a while. Now let me try and share my screen, and let's try and get this story out. Okay, hold on. Share screen. Could you enable sharing screen for me?
One second, one second, one second. So, sure.
No Hindi, please. Okay, no problem. I've been working on my English also.
Host Varun, are you the host?
Yes, I am.
Could you allow Anand
I'm
sir
yeah.
to I mean, share a screen, and or maybe make him a co-host? He's already a
Yeah,
co-host, if I'm not wrong. No, he's not. Yeah, he's a
yeah.
co-host now. I guess you'd be able to share it now, sir.
Okay, great. I'll just share I guess I'll share the Chrome tab, which should allow you to see this, right? Can you guys see
Yeah,
this
it's visible, sir. Yes, sir.
amazing free presentation thing from Google? Right. You can see it now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so this is I thought I'll keep it very like conversational. So please feel free to interrupt me at any point, and please keep chatting in the chat. That's how I know you guys are not sleeping off. But for the most part, this is very anecdotal sort of a story. So listen up. This is my story to photography via engineering. So this is what I do, by the way, for the uninitiated. I shoot social events. By social events, I mean mostly weddings and birthdays, but not your typical birthdays. But I'll come to that later. We're called Reels and Frames. We're a company of about 22 odd people now. We're based out of Bombay, Nariman Point. We've been doing this for about 6-7 years now, and we are infamously known for few of these weddings. So if you saw these wedding pictures online somewhere,
Akash Ambani, Sonam Kapoor, Zana Raghupati, those were ours. So we are infamously known for these weddings. But in reality, what we do is this. We like to travel. Okay, so we have this whole fund our travel, the clients fund our travel program going on, where we have somehow made the clients believe that we are good at what we do, so they must pay for us to travel to all these locations and shoot, be a part of their best days, eat great wedding food, and yeah, get paid while we are at it. So this is our ulterior agenda, and this is how it started. Okay, so like most of you, I went through the Sharma Ji Ka Beta phase. For those who don't know the Sharma Ji Ka Beta is a very North Indian reference. It's always, you get compared to that one child in your neighborhood who is just very smart and maybe sincere types. Okay, so unfortunately, I was that guy around 10th standard. And in my family, I'm a Marwadi. Okay, so if you're a Sharma Ji Ka Beta types in 10th standard, you have two options in life: either CA or engineering. Right? So I chose engineering. No reason and rhyme. I had absolutely no idea what engineering is about, but I chose engineering. And then typical routine, IIT, triple IT, and I mean AI triple E and triple IT Hyderabad happened. So triple IT Hyderabad was again one big life stone in my life because I come from small town. I come from a town called Jodhpur in Rajasthan, and I grew up between Jodhpur and Jaipur. So being in a college was, just something we hadn't experienced. And I think it was my first year, 2004. I started in summer, so 2005 was the first Felicity, and here's how Triple IT made my life really interesting. Okay, so Triple IT, we were just starting to explore college and just understanding what Felicity is about and things like that. And my friends being my friends, the best friends are the ones that push you in like the most stupid direction, right? And then they'll support you. Like when you're stuck in the middle of all the stupidity, they'll come and support you. Yeah, I've stopped the screen sharing. I keep coming back to my pretty face every once in a while. But yeah, so my friends said, no, you must go and participate in Felicity, this, that, it's the thing to do. And it's Mr. Felicity is apparently a personality contest. So no personality, right? But somehow managed to learn a few things and muster up the courage and home ground support, right? So it's like India playing in Narendra Modi Stadium. So managed to win Mr. Felicity back in 2005. And then in 2006, interesting things happened. So three of us were nearly rusticated from the college. So in case you've ever heard of a folklore story where three students were nearly rusticated for ragging, that's one of them is me. I'll come back to the other two later. So that's also a very interesting story because technically we weren't even like, we're still wondering like what exactly were we doing that we were asked to leave the college. But it turned out to be a very, like a big agenda thing where they had to push a lot of programs into the college, and they decided, yeah, we need three scapegoats. So three North Indian boys, they look rowdy enough to do that. Let's just, send them at name of rustication, send them over, bring back those programs into the college. So yes, I'm sorry guys, we are the ones who brought those programs into college that changed the names of hostels and the messes, and we're sorry, but we were even forced into it. So that happened in 2006. And in 2008, which was my final year, placement year, right? Placement year was for me, I was a 7 point something. Okay, so for me, getting placed itself was a big thing, right? Forget about options. Both of options are for like winners, right? Beggars can't be choosers. So I somehow managed to. I think I was like the 25th or 26th guy placed in the batch. So I was very happy with it, like ecstatic, over the moon. I thought my career is over then only, before it started. Like, done, boss, like 26th and placed. Wow. And the company was Cisco, nice company. got a job offer in Bangalore, and eventually would have made it to somewhere, but decided to actually not take it up right out of college, because uh, the one thing, while I was writing my Cisco interviews, and they ask you to write some codes and blah 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 blah, and it was one of those prepared placement kind of questionnaire. You know that they're going to ask you from these 50 questions, just be good at them, and that's it. And I was thinking to myself, boss, like, who am I kidding? Like, this is not what real jobs should be like. This is just like hack after hack after hack. So why not, instead of me trying to control life, let life take me wherever it wants to. So I didn't take up that job, and I went back to my father, and he's in the stock market. And the great thing about whoever is in the stock market, if you have family in stock market, is how families pass on their businesses down the generation. The father works really hard, the grandfather works, the father works, and they pass on to the son. Well, my father didn't have anything to pass to me. He was in the stock market. You don't pass on things in the stock market. You just pass on your knowledge that you trade this stock and you sell this stock. So I went in and I started doing stock trading. The year is 2008. For those of you who are old enough to remember what happened, anybody remembers what happened in stock market in 2008?
The Great
The Great
Recession
Recession.
came up.
Great recession, right? Crash.
I mean,
So, the comments
the
are na,
American
crash, great fall, the big comedy, financial. That was me looking at my career with all these adjectives on one fine day in January of 19. And I said to myself, boss, like, I don't know anything about stock market. But I really enjoyed it. Okay, I enjoyed the trading process. I was a trader. My father's a broker, so we were doing completely different things. But I said, yeah, timing was OP, boss. Like, so there itself, it was GG on day one. And then I thought to myself that, okay, let's learn about this thing. Okay. So much like, most of you may have had interest in engineering and decided to learn about engineering. I had the second interest was in stock market. I decided to learn about it. So I went to US. I did my MBA in a nice university. And again, so in this country, one of the great things is, one of the biggest achievements in this country is to leave this country, right? So I thought I'm on that path where I will go to US and great things will happen to me. How, what, when, don't know. But MBA must be that silver bullet. Once in the morning with a glass of water, once in the evening, done deal, career set. So this is MBA started, and MBA is when things started to change. So this gets me back to my extremely sophisticated presentation. So this is my start. We are at the American dreams, and there comes the middle. The middle of MBA, middle phase of my career trajectory is MBA days. Now MBA in US, what they make you do in the first trimester is, in most MBAs actually, they make you learn statistics. They make you learn the things that you were solving with pen and paper during IIT preps with a computer. It's almost ironical that they expect that Indian students will even have to attend these lectures. Like, it was so funny. So I had too much spare time. So I picked up a camera to just send people pictures of, where I was. And in the part of the country I was in, fall was a very nice season. Leaves used to fall, and beautiful colors. So I just started doing this thing. And that was just time pass, right? It was just landscape photography for the most part. And I came back to India after that. I was to get married. I wanted to marry my then girlfriend, who would have had to do a lot of bridge courses to be in US with me. So I said, no problem, we'll figure it out in India only. So I came back. And I was managing treasury for an energy company. So managing treasury for an energy company basically means, it's a good way of saying I had no life. I used to get up on Australia time because that was the first country I was managing. And then Brazil was the last country I was managing. So I was taking care of 5 currencies, with an exposure of $800 million. All this sounds fancy, right? Yeah. Jitna fancy sound karta, that means it's inversely proportional to the amount of life you have in that job. So I was like just hammered from Monday to Friday. So every Saturday, Sunday, I used to go out. Well, a full Peter Parker mode, right? Like your student by the weekdays and by the weekend you are Spider-Man full on, right? So that life started where weekends was just dedicated to photography. Now, funny thing in Indian education system is that whatever you study for now, there is some amount of that north magnet pole happening, that whatever you study, you just want to run away from it. Like, ye to nahi karna. Right? So good thing was, because I didn't study photography, there was this natural attraction. It was like this forbidden fruit. And more like, what can go wrong? There's nothing to lose. It's not like I have to defend a degree or anything. So photography started to happen on weekends. And of course, Indians being Indians, I had cheap friends who would invite me. You coming to my wedding? No, I'm coming. You getting that camera of yours? No? Fine. I got what you want from me. So I used to start, I would shoot my friends' wedding while attending it. So yeah, full jugaad scenes going on. Life is good. And then, how they say that, Prateek, I think you use some nice words for me. Turning point, leap of faith. So I took a leap, but without faith. So that was slight bit of a problem, that I just took a leap. One day I decided, I went to my boss and I said, Chief, I want to, pursue a different career. He said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to pursue photography. And this is like, my boss wears a tie, I wear a tie, that kind of a scene going on. Okay, just imagine a full sannata in the room. So cinematography points, think about it, right? And I'm like, I want to pursue photography. And I'm thinking my boss will just be mad at me. He'll be like, what's wrong with you? You've put in so much effort. You're doing so well. Why all this nonsense? So he says, boss, I wanted to play piano, but I couldn't. See, look where I am now, stuck in a corporate job. You do photography. So, so I was very happy. Okay, if at least one person can resonate with what I want in life. So next day I packed my bags. I moved to Bombay. And as I said, that was a leap of faith, a leap without faith, but it was a leap with love. Like I had a love for photography. So I didn't know what I'm going to do with it, but I liked doing it. A little bit of savings, and I came to Bombay and I started, pursuing photography as a full-time thing. And then began the entrepreneurial journey, which is the last point in my middle. It says, I get knocked down, but I get up again. If you've heard that song. So life was like that for 2-3 years, because what was happening was that as a, love was there, but the knowledge of how to conduct business wasn't there. So I had a partnership which didn't work out. I was a one-man show, which was becoming very difficult. Then I started to build a team. And art in India, there are not too many precedents. Like if you want to grow a SaaS company, right? Or if you want to grow any sort of a startup, you have precedences of what to do. Art in India is not looked upon as a career. It's looked upon as a very extended hobby. So it's a difficult career choice to sort of justify. And the last thing is the end. So if you're expecting the end in my career story, my only thought here is that why does every story need to have an end? Why can't some stories be just about the start and the middle and that's it? Every career trajectory doesn't need to have a finale. You don't need to get funding, or you don't need to become a certain level of person in your company. You can just be happy doing what you do. So for me, that is how I look at my career. In a Venn diagram of scheme, if money and joy are two of the big factors in career choices, center mein is the pursuit of happiness. For those of you who have seen that film, you get the reference, but that's my zone. That's where I think career should be. It should be the pursuit of happiness, right? Money and joy mixed. And by the way, joy can be equal to money for some of us, and that's completely fine. That means your intersection point is a lot of money. Please do not think of yourself as a lesser person if making money is your ultimate goal in life. It's perfectly fine. but at least Venn diagram ka like intersection one should know. So coming back to my 20-year-old self, I'm assuming most of you are between that age group, 18 to 22, 23. Oh, there are questions coming in. I'll take the questions. Don't worry. I'm being paid extra for the questions. Kidding. I'll take the questions later. But no, so most of you are in that age group, right? And I can't give you generalistic gyan because I'm not in a position to. I haven't made it that big in life. But I can share with you what I will tell my 20-year-old self if I was to travel back in time. These are some of the things I will tell myself. Is first is define career objective. So unfortunately, the placement system defines job objectives and not career objectives. Job is a starting point in a career. Thing is, most people, they will sit for companies in the order in which companies are coming or in the order in which companies invite them. And that necessarily might not result in a great career fit because, eventually you need to sit down one day, the earlier the better, and ask yourself that what is it that you like to do? You like to invent stuff? Fine. Go to a company that has that kind of a culture, right? Even if the position that you're being offered in that company right now is an internship, and that, by the way, I mean 4th year placement level, do it. Because, that will set your career path into the right direction rather than you just jumping ships. Second is take calculated risk. Everybody says, oh, take the risk, follow your heart. No. Please calculate. By 4th year of engineering, all of us have developed one great tool in our toolkit, which is we can analyze situations, right? Be it a course, be it a football game, be it a CS game, or be it a life situation, right? We can analyze that if I take step number 1, where is my step number 10 likely going to end up at? So take risks, but please just calculate them. But definitely take a little bit of risk. Every like 2-3 years is what I think works well. Don't overthink the initial failures. So now I'm back to the rustication story, right? I told you the fact that 3 of us were nearly rusticated from the college. So I am one of them. The second one is a vice president with Goldman Sachs in New York. I think he may have now been above vice president now. And the third one is in Google. His name is Sandeep Sancheti. And if my knowledge serves me correct, he's definitely within the top 1% Googlers in the world. And he's the highest, whatever it's called, P6, P7, something it's called in Google, whatever their ranking system is. So he's the highest level alumni that our college has in Google, in California. So that's where the 3 of us landed. But if you were to ask us when our rustication was happening, we were just crying. We were crying like little boys and girls who were like, oh my God, life's come to a full stop, this and that. So don't overthink your initial failures. So yeah, that's one thing. And the last thing is that no education goes waste. So in IIIT, one of my favorite courses was Algo. I wasn't a great coder, not even close, not from day one. And I hated theoretical courses, electronics especially. Sorry guys, if any ECs hearing, sorry, but I hated those like super theory courses. I loved more maths and problem-oriented courses like Algo. And life is actually just like Algo course, boss. Like, sometimes I'm taking decisions which look to be like, oh, this is like heap sort, but like practical. You're trying to quickly come to a decision, sifting through a lot of data. So in that sense, I always go back and try and draw references from what education I've had, be it MBA, be it engineering, or be it life education. please, whatever opportunity you get in life and whatever education, right? There are three types of education. One is books, textual, which you guys are learning a lot of. Um, One is practical. If you're doing internships, jobs, you'll get practical education. And one is experience, which only comes with age, right? No amount of book, no amount of practical can teach you an experience. So experience will come with experience. Let's leave that. But the other two, please just jump on the opportunity. Go and learn about how Usain Bolt runs so fast. Doesn't matter. If you like the process of learning, that might help you someday in some place wherever you are. It's just enjoyable, I guess, overall. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is my story in a nutshell.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to call upon Bhavijit sir and Shirin Chakravarti to ask the audience questions. They've been monitoring the chats and have collected a lot of questions.
I guess Shivangi's internet went off in between. So Bhavijit and Shreejan, you guys can come up. I'd like to ask a question first. As you said, you're from Jodhpur, and I also am from Jodhpur. And
Kamagani.
to come from Kamagani, sir. So to come from a place where you're, as you said, a Marwadi family, be it someone can be in stock market or in business. Normally, people from Jodhpur or like in such fields do not want to try out new things, and especially it was a very hard decision for me to convince my dad to let me into science. He was like, we are called the CA factory, everyone does that CA, that's it. So how hard was it for your parents, first of all, to let you into science, then into engineering, and
Yeah.
then from a very set career to, I mean, as you said, your boss was very open to and was resonating with the same thought that okay, you should pursue your career, I mean your passion. How did your parents take and how did you convince them?
So, so for me, okay, so I'm not the best example because I think by the time the rustication story happened, I set the bar so low that parents were like, you just get placed. We're happy if you get placed at Wipro as an assistant associate or something. No, jokes apart, the one of these things with these alternative career choices, be it entrepreneurship of most forms or choices like art as a career, is you definitely, your family plays a big role. For me, mm, two of the biggest pillars in this entire journey have been my wife and my parents. Because and it's not even that they are helping me out. Like, it's not like my parents are sitting
Yes.
at some computer and editing pictures for me. Not that kind of support. Just a mild yes or a not no
Or a
is good enough.
nod that okay, you can
Yeah,
pursue that, and if
right.
anything
So
goes wrong, we
you
are
gotta
here. That's enough.
Right. So you've got to keep your inner circle very tight when you're making these choices because there'll be so much noise. The signal data is too much, right? There is Sharma ji and there is Verma ji, and everybody's trying to bombard you. So here's what I promised my father, that dad, you give me 5 years of my life to either succeed or to fail. But even to fail, I will need 5 years. I'll fail gloriously, but after 5 years. So fortunately, I was on break even in year one, but yeah, you need to tell your parents that you need that time, and most parents are okay with it. Look, guys, you guys are at one of the top institutes in the country, right? Yeah, most people will die to be in a position where you're at. So
Exactly.
I don't think you need to really, even your parents need to really worry that, oh, what if this doesn't work out? Something
So
will
you were
work out for you in
Sharma.
life.
You were Sharma ji ka beta back when in 10th class because you were good at grades. Even still, you are the Sharma ji ka beta because you're pursuing your passion and pursuing it
Now
tremendously.
I'm so initially my family had a tough time explaining to their circle and my neighborhood, what
Mm-hmm.
am I doing? Am I shooting people while they're eating wedding food? But
But now they don't have to do that.
I graduated from being Sharma ji ka beta to Rathi ji ka beta, which is I'm my own
Right.
person.
Thank you so much, sir. I pass on to Pavijit and Srijan now.
Yeah, okay. So, particularly for this session, monitoring the chat has been so difficult because everybody has been so active with all sorts of reactions and so many questions. I mean, this was one of the most engaging sessions that we have had so far. So, yeah. Anyway, so like starting with the triple IT stories, I think everyone here would be really interested in knowing your like most memorable incidents from the IIIT campus and or most memorable professors from IIIT.
Oh, most memorable professors is a tough one. See, memory, okay, it doesn't need to be a happy memory, right? Memorable is a very open-ended word. So Dr. Sangal is definitely most memorable up my list. Man, we guys had a very different. So, I mean, when you guys have come into the campus, everything, like even the talk is called Jagruti, not, like some resonance or some fancy English rendezvous, some word like that, right? So we were the ones who were going through that transition of being this really hip institute to an institute which was about parampara, pratishtha, prashna, manushasan, and it was interesting, to say the least. It was not bad, by the way, because the academics didn't get affected. Our sports didn't get affected. I was very happy playing sports all the time. But your college life sort of takes a little bit of a hit. So that phase of 2006-7 is around when it started to happen. That was one interesting phase, right? You come into a movie, first half is full like Michael Bay, like full on, like Fast and Furious happening. Second half is Mohabbat, like what happened? So yeah, that was the most memorable.
Okay,
So
and any
electricity which
particular
you interacted with us was just simply electric. So yeah, so bringing, so in Triple IT we're all leading a typical college life, like staying up till 5 in the morning, then probably going to like JC and then drinking something or something like that. So what would your suggestions be? Like, what do we do in college to have the best college life that we could possibly have?
Oh, guys, I mean, you're anyways having the best college life, right? As I said, people will actually give a limb to be in a position where you're at. So that's one. The rest of the suggestions are very, they can get personal, right? Like for me, I would always say, learn a new thing every year or something like that. But these are all very gyan level of things. What you really need to do while you're in college is, it's like a buffet, right? When you go to a buffet, you don't eat the only good item that you have. What you can, I mean, if you like custard and there's custard in the buffet, you can just stuff yourself up with custard the whole time. Or you can choose to try everything. Some of them will not taste nice, right? So college is like buffet. Take courses which have no connection to what you're doing, right? And be like fully involved in them. Go out and participate in college fairs. Go out and uh, be out of your comfort zone. If you're not great in studies, one semester at least, just try something. Like this semester, I'll just get a 9 just for the heck of it. I don't need it, but I'll just get it, right? Or if you're really good in studies, this semester I'll just take chill pill. Okay, try and vary it, because you can't. The lowest point is you can probably get rusticated, right? That will not happen for any of you, I hope. So everything is just going up from there. So you'll be fine.
So the questions that we've got are, which is the more important part of photography? Clicking the photo, editing the photo, or having the interaction with the person who you're taking the photo of?
Dude, interaction, anytime, because photography is, it's like coding, right? What's the most interesting part of coding? Is it coming up with the algo? Is it writing the code? Or is it actually seeing the practical application of the code?
Yeah.
Right? So the practical application of photography is that you are an artist, there is a viewer, and you are trying to establish a human connect. You may be trying to give joy to yourself or joy to the viewer, and in turn get joy to yourself. So that aspect, that human aspect, is the best. Like being in, and with me, I think I get to see people in the best days of their life. So really happy position to be in.
So talking about photography, what did you ever have any professional courses or any professional training in photography, or was it entirely via self-learning and self-exploration?
So very consciously now, I've tried to stay away from learning photography by in a formal way, by either paying money or attending an institution, because I know that there is a chance that the moment I do this, it might become an engineering story all over again, right? I might end up I might end up not liking what I'm doing. And boss, I'm a Marwadi, okay? So when you prefix the word free with anything, free education, I'm sold there. I'm gone. So I read a lot. Like I mean, by read I mean I watch a lot of YouTube till date. I think every day I'm spending at least an hour and a half just updating myself. It's fun.
So was there ever any moment in your life where you wanted to take a picture which was very memorable, but you just didn't have that camera with you?
You always have this. The best camera is the one that you have. I mean, your phone cameras are the best thing that are out there. And I can tell you that you can shoot like 70% of whatever you want to shoot, macro, landscape, anything, and you can edit really well with these phone cameras. So camera is never the tool is never a limiting thing, and they don't cost that much also. Now though there is OLX and quicker to purchase a used camera. That's what I did. My first camera was a used camera, and I actually bought it because I was getting a good deal. It wasn't that I knew what camera I'm buying. I went to a store in New York, and it was a Jew-run store. Like Jewish people were running the store, and Jews are the Marwadis of the world, right? So this guy is trying to sell me a camera at double the price. I got it to half. I was so excited. Like I scored a deal over a Jew. Let me buy this camera. Then I came back and figured, "Iska karna kya hai? Like what do I do?" Then I started clipping.
Okay, so talking about reels and frames and everything that you like all of you are doing. So would you consider yourself more of a photographer or more of an entrepreneur? And how do the two sides interact with each other? Like how do you turn your skill into whatever skill in general into a startup or into an monetary thing of its own?
Okay, so listen up. All of you listen up for this. All 120 of you listen up to this. Okay, because uh, if not, this might result in a slight bit of a midlife crisis. As I said, you got to preempt your move. What was that thing called? Recursion, right? So in that sense, you got to just figure out what it will eventually lead to. And most career choices should have a definable scale. If money is one of your big motive, if 50% of your thing is no, I want to make money and I want to make good money, please figure out the scale quotient of your career choice. If you're going to a company, for example, right, you're going to work for an Ola, please figure out that does Ola provide a business model where there is scalability. If there is scalability, you will scale along with it. But don't try and tell yourself, oh, but I love camel milk chocolates. This is my passion. There is no market for camel milk chocolates. There's only so much you can sell, no? So you might be a monopoly, but you'd still hate yourself in some, by the time you reach my age. So please figure out a scale. That scale sorted, scale obviously results into a certain level of money. That level is your own personal thing. So once you define your own level and you have the scale to reach it, that's it. Sorted.
So there's one question that we have been asking everybody because we have been like trying to figure that out ourselves as well. So out after COVID, a lot of people who had say traveling related occupations and spend most of their time moving around. How has it affected you? What did you do in the extra time that you had? How did you spend all that extra time during the lockdown and everything?
You see this room behind me? This is wooden ceiling and all that wooden things. And so I'm in a place called Solan in Himachal Pradesh. It's a small hill town between Chandigarh and Shimla. And that's where I've been since the flight started. So I've been running my business, which is in Bombay, out of the hills for the last 9 months. And that is what lockdown has taught me, that I could have done this a long time ago. But now I want to do more of it. So lockdown has taught us to run businesses differently. Plus minus 1 year of earning is no big deal. Yeah, you earn maybe like 30% hit on your top line in 1 year. Big deal. Cover some other year, but this is good.
Until now, I was under the impression that this is some custom background. It looked so clean and so nice. So
Yeah,
yeah,
man. For what I pay for my probably a one night out in Bombay, I can I run the entire house in that money in Himachal. So yeah, it's kind of nice.
so yep. So we have a photography club in our college as well, and hence we have some photography related questions too. So some of the questions
Okay.
that came from those people and the photography enthusiasts were about how to start and where to start. Like say you are interested with the type of photos that you see around, and you want to capture the things that you see. You like really are interested in the scenery around you, but how to actually professionally capture those things.
Professionally capture those things or capture them well?
Capture
Two
them
different
well,
things.
basically. Yeah, like
Capture them well, same here. I'm in the same journey as any budding photographer would be. Probably for example, right now I'm learning piano again. I've tried learning it a couple of times in life, but didn't go too much ahead. So now I'm learning it again, and I same thing. I'm subscribed to a course on Udemy. I open it, I play it, just try and be regular. There's no shortcut to something like this, and there's no short answer also. I won't like to confuse you by saying, oh, go find inspiration and energize yourself. No, none of that random nonsense. There's a method to the madness. There are courses available. They're damn cheap. Equipment is damn cheap now. If you have a club, then that means the college must be giving you some equipment for some access to the equipment. So pick it up. It's okay, and please give yourself 1 year to fail. Huh? You can't
Yeah.
you can't call it quits before 1 year. That's the only thing.
okay.
So
So
another
last,
question that has come about is so as for startups, it requires quite a lot of funding, right? It requires quite a lot of motivation. It requires quite a lot of funding. So as students, how can we build up a reputation in order to acquire such support?
Are you talking about tech startup or non-tech startup?
In I'd say non-tech startup right now, because a lot of us are into arts as well, right? So into recreational stuff and arts as well. So non-tech
Okay.
startups.
The big difference between a tech startup and a non-tech startup is that a non-tech startup usually takes much longer to achieve the scales that you uh, you would expect from a tech startup, because the spread of tech is very fast. So in that sense, that initial period is a lot of question marks. Again, it's not a right or wrong. Just because it takes longer doesn't mean it's a bad career choice. It might mean that you might need to show a better track record, like number of clients or their user database to sort of get the funding that you want. But I think looking at this room, I'm fairly confident all of you are good enough to do a bootstrap business for at least 1 to 2 years, right? Bootstrap might mean that your office might be your kitchen, might be your one room studio, it might be that sort of a thing, and you might be your peon and your website developer and your one man show. But at least it will teach you a lot of things which funding will possibly don't go in for that funding immediately, because also, by the way, unless you're raising debt for funding, you're giving away equity. So imagine कोई Usain Bolt को बोले कि Usain, you're a great runner, bro. So what we'll do is I'll invest money in you. You give me one of your legs, okay? That's my equity in you. So he'd think 10 times about it, right? Equity is like the biggest currency that you have. So don't think ki, immediately I want to get funding so that I can I can raise money and let me dilute my equity straight away. There are ways to bootstrap yourself. There are ways to raise debt at a very affordable rate. There is risk involved, but again, have a structure, company structure, which is a limited liability, which means if the company goes to zero, you are not going to zero.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that's my take on funding wala bit. I'm myself working on a couple of business ideas which I'm bootstrapping. Not that
Right.
I can't go out and get funding, but I've bootstrapped this business, so I'm more of that bootstrap mind.
Yeah.
So one of the most, probably our last question, I guess, but one of the most common question from the audience's side is the rustication story. So if you don't mind, everybody on the chat wants the details of the rustication story.
Okay. Once upon a time, long, long ago, in a college far away in Hyderabad. So, this was, I think, 2006. I want to say 2006. And what happened was there's this program called Jeevan Vidya. I don't know if it's still there. It's still there?
Nope,
No. Oh,
nothing.
wow. You guys have graduated already. Okay. So Jeevan Vidya was basically like an art of living program. Okay. Now, and this is Triple IT of 2006 when we were a college which didn't have a lot of pedigree to it. Like you guys now have alumni who have done good in life. So it you don't have to go on and introduce us. I'm from Triple IT Hyderabad. Where? IT? No, sir, Triple IT with that extra I. Oh, wait. So you didn't get into IIT? Yes, sir, but we have more placements than IIT in Google and Facebook. Where is it again? So we had to go through that drill. So this is those times. Okay, so life was really chill, and it still happens. Come on, yeah, it doesn't happen now. I tell people I'm from Triple IT. I'm very happy to sort of. I still
I mean,
carry my Triple
Sarmaji
IT.
still exists, unfortunately. So,
Acha, okay. But what happened was typical freshers welcoming time is happening, and whatever those little bantery things that we do, right? Funny joke, funny story, dance here, dance there. Oh, come with me, and uh, you are so and so character. This is so and so character. Now let's do a play. All these, stupid things that 18, 19-year-olds would do, right? Which is not something I'm proud of. I would not want that to happen to my son when he goes to college. But fair enough, we were doing it was pretty harmless. That much I can assure you. There was no physical element involved. There was no mental abuse happening. But the college that time was trying to push this Jeevan Vidya program, which basically was about uh, art of living and eat good food and follow these rules and typical parampara, pratishtha, anushasan. For the non-Hindi speakers, this is a movie in which Amitabh Bachchan plays this really strict school principal where Shah Rukh Khan is the teacher. And all he's trying to do throughout his school life, Amitabh is just trying to, hammer these unrealistic values into the student's life. And this was happening. And one day, we are all called in the OBH mess. I don't know what OBH is called now, the old boys hostel.
Palash Nivas. Though we still call it OBH, it's
Okay,
named
great.
Palash Nivas, but it's still OBH.
Okay, thank you for calling it OBH. So we are all called to OBH, and we were asked, what can we do about all this ragging happening? And we were thinking to ourselves, which ragging, boss? Like we haven't even met half the juniors. So what are you talking about? Anyways, then by a random selection, next day we get a letter that number one, number two, number three, you've been picked for these charges and you're being rusticated from college. It's like direct rustication, There's no middle ground ki come, we'll talk, let's have a negotiation, let's have a tea, we'll figure out life. Direct rustication. So we are like, kuch typo hua hai. Like we go to the office and we are like, I think, you may have misunderstood us with someone because this doesn't sound like us. They said, no, it's you. And then we said, oh, we broke down and parents were called immediately. And then like whole hell broke loose. The entire college was like a JNU campus. There was a candle march at one point of time. I'm not kidding you. In front of the main building, there were like 200 people with candles out there. Almost like Rang De Basanti. Some morcha is going to happen. Somebody is going to host UG2K4 flag on the building. It's like, what is happening? And so then we were given a deal. Deal was that you go to this place in Mussoorie for the semester. We won't rusticate you. You do your humanities credits from there. So you'll end up completing your college in 4 years. And there you need to learn this new course thing, whatever, Jeevan Vidya, and come back and propagate in the college. So there I was like, acha, so that is how Christianity spread, right? Like some missionary was chilling in his college. Usko bola, jao, abhi Europe jao, Vatican jao, go and learn, come back and teach us. So fine, we went, and like three idiots, we went there. And the moment the first day we reached there was, we almost wanted to write a thank you email. Thank you for the sponsored holiday. We were not charged a penny. So it was full sponsored holiday. 6 months we used to play cricket. There was a bakery. We were working in a school. I was teaching. Ironically, I was teaching computers and English. And the Google guy, he was teaching geography, I think. Goldman guy was teaching some random subject. Then we used to go in the bakery and then we used to play cricket. 6 months went off like this. We came back to college, and then we were made to sit in these these Jeevan Vidya shivers and whatever. And yeah, eventually, I guess you all now that I'm happy to learn that there's no more Jeevan Vidya, so that sort of
It
says.
is like it's now called
Even
human
with
values.
is human values now.
Human values
Yeah.
with added nearly four courses on value education and all that, with all the assignments and all.
Like
Acha, so this
it's a
is like
proper 2 credit
Coca-Cola.
course now.
Triple IT never leaves its
Coca-Cola,
roots,
but
sir.
with packaging. I mean, it's not a bad thing. For anyone who's confused that this sounds like a very rough thing to have gone through, it's not a bad thing. Just the method of propagation I felt was a little extreme. But yeah, that's that. That's how the cookie crumbled.
Thank you so much, sir. This was really wonderful having you here. I'd have Varun to share his screen once. Varun or Bhavijit, go ahead and share the screen once,
Yeah,
please.
Varun would be doing that, and like Shivangi, can you please come up?
So it's a small
Right.
gesture from our side. One second.
Sessions or like your energy and everything was we really like touched by your story, and we hope to not get rusticated at least,
Yes, yes.
and hope
Yeah,
to pass through college without any such stories. But this was a lovely interaction, and we're like really happy to have you here. And this little thing is a small gesture, a small thank you token of sorts. We've had a tree planted by your name in the Sundarbans National Park in West Bengal. Um,
Wow,
so
that's amazing. Thank you. I have one more location added to my wish list now. Definitely gonna go
yes.
figure out where that tree is. And no, but thank you guys. It was lovely being back in the campus in the virtual form. And
Hope you had fun talking to your fellow juniors, actually. And we might we love to have you for further events also as a senior, sharing your experiences here.
very nice, and good luck. Great organization. Thank you, and to everyone who attended, especially the backbenchers. Well done. Your chat was bombarding throughout. I'm proud of you guys.
All the organizers are the backbenchers. That's the thing.
Acha, chalo, great. So thank you for organizing this. Thank you for having me over.
thank you for being
Thank you
here.
so much, sir.
Thanks a
Cheers.
lot, sir.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
You bye.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
sir.
much, sir. Bye bye.
Okay, so yeah, without any further waiting, we already
Yes.
have,
William Bryant is already in the chat, I guess.
yeah.
William, yes, he is in the chat. Should we start with the event directly, or I mean, we should, I guess.
Yeah, William, sir, you must be able to turn on your mic and share it like that.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
how you doing?
Are you guys
We
able to
can't
see
see
him?
you, sir.
Yeah, we can. He's visible there.
Someone spotlighting? Yeah, okay, spotlighting everyone. Okay, done.
Okay.
Yes, so yeah, hi, William, sir. So before
Hello.
you So before you start, I would like to introduce you to our audience here today. So we
Please.
are thrilled. Yeah, right. So Mr. William Bryan is the commercial VP at Fresha, someone who also parallelly provides consultancy and coaching and acts as an advisor for a lot of startups, and has also been a director, a global director at American Express. And he has had an amazing background and a really inspiring career. So we are really fortunate to have him here with us today. And yeah, so let's all welcome Mr. William Bryan with a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Hello, everybody. Really excited to be here. Really great to meet you all. And thank you for such a warm introduction. I haven't always been introduced so warmly, which is sort of a reflection, I think, on sort of my journey. But I thought today would be a good opportunity to talk a little bit about my background, sort of my journey, where I've come from, and what I think has sort of been sort of key to sort of my success over the years. And to be honest with you, there hasn't always been success. I think I've learned a lot I think you learn sort of 3, 5, 10 times as much every time you fail than actually when you actually have a win. But yeah, further to that introduction, my name's Will. I'm 35, typically based out of London. And the shocking thing that I often like to start with is that 15 years ago, I left university with terrible grades. I wasted opportunities that were given to me. I sought out short-term fun and entertainment. A lot of people say I was good at drinking beer and bad at chasing girls, and that's what I spent a lot of my 20s doing. After university, and I'll be honest, I got a sort of a second-class degree in politics from a university that was itself second class. I always think with hindsight, actually anyone is capable of getting good grades. It's a case of applying themselves. And the same is true, I think, actually in your career or in your startup or any endeavors you have. What is always key is consistency. Is coming back time and again, not quitting, learning from where you fall and just simply picking yourself back up again. But yeah, after that, after my what I like to say is my first fall after university, I got an entry-level job in a bank in London, and I just started grinding. I just put in the hours. I tried to set myself apart from the crowd. And over 7 years, I worked in different parts in asset management in the UK and in the US. It was only sort of in the last 5 years or so have I realized, maybe a little bit longer, I forget how quickly I'm getting old, but maybe more like, 10 years ago, I kind of realized that how lucky I was to have worked with the people I worked with. It wasn't just the sort of the marquee names on the, Wells Fargo sounds great. All these companies sound great as titles, right? But the truth is, what is really key, I'm a huge believer that people are products of their environment. And your environment isn't your sort of physical surroundings, it's your social surroundings. It's who is around you, right? The people you learn from, the people you bounce ideas off. My first boss, I've never really enjoyed the term boss. A term I've come to use in recent years is leader. And my view is that everyone is a leader, right? It's not a case of having a team, right? You lead your colleagues, you lead your peers, you lead people on a better way to be. But my first leader was a very, very intelligent French woman who had a double first in astrophysics from Cambridge and Harvard, like just next level intelligence. But the thing is, she wasn't cruel with it. She wasn't, her expectations weren't aligned to her experience. They were aligned to the people that were around her. And so over a couple of years of working with her, she really sort of gave me those first lessons in how to lead sort of disparate teams and different styles of people. And I'll keep coming back to this point on people. For me, people are key. The truth is you can have the most wonderful product, right? You can have the best idea, you can have funding, you can have all of these different things. But the truth is products change, markets change, investor appetites change. One thing, as I said earlier, that's really important is consistency. Coming back consistently with the right people who know that will move mountains to get your project over the line. But after 7 years in finance, asset management, I got bored. I was very fortunate to work with my CEO very closely, and again, he was what I would class as my first sort of mentor. And at the time, I didn't even realize he was mentoring me. I just thought, oh, this is the way all CEOs are, surely. They take care of their staff, they try and bring them up, they try to educate them. Over those last couple of years, I worked with this guy, and for him earning, sort of those next levels of crazy money, like for him, if he didn't take home 8 figures US a year, it was a bad year. But I remember one day sort of talking with him and realizing, like, your suit is probably worth 500 times what mine is, and he drives a different supercar to the office every single day. Well, every single day of the week, not every single day of the year. That would be crazy. But one thing, but then I realized, you know, he still has to wear a suit. You know, he still has to come to the office. And my concern was that I was going to blink and be trapped. And I didn't, you know, for me, you know, what people's goals are in life is sort of particularly important. It's what I work with a lot of people on, try to actually identify where they want to get to and how they can ultimately get there. Because I think a lot of people, their initial goal is always to make money, right? Like most people want money, they want to be richer than they are now, they want more respect, they want more power, they want more freedom. Actually, when people say they want more money, it's not that you actually want money, it's that you want the autonomy and the freedom that money brings you. And there's a phrase that I always like to remember, that you know, having money isn't everything, but not having it is. So I mean, after, I remember sort of saying to my CEO at the time, you know, I'm thinking about leaving. To which he said, that's the best news he's had all day. Okay, and it's like, and he said it actually with a lot of, frankly, again, with hindsight, I still keep in touch with him today, but he said it with love and affection, right? He wanted me to go further. You know, he knew that actually someone that has a B in maths should not be selling complex financial products to pension funds and insurance companies, right? It's why we have these, well, one of the many reasons we have these financial booms and busts, because they let people with some good conversational ability get involved in things that they probably shouldn't. But after those 7 years, I left and I started looking at the world of startups. And what I particularly loved about the world of startups was coming from a sort of a finance background where there are lots of barriers to entry. There are, you know, you go through, you try and join, you know, you try and go join, I don't know, Goldman's or UBS or some kind of investment house or insurance company. You've often got to jump through 3 to 5, maybe even 7. My record in terms of number of interviews was 7 for one particular role, 7 interviews over about 3 months. Whereas startups is a completely different beast, right? People are, by definition, passionate about what they're doing. They're not doing this job to chase the money in startups. They're doing it to build a dream, right? They've got a vision that they want to pursue. And this is what I loved initially going into it. It was such a low barrier to entry to have a conversation with a founder, you know, with someone that wanted to create something. People treat their startups like they treat their children, right? They're the best thing ever. They love their children. You know, this thing is, you know, oh my God, my child's so clever. My child's going to be the best at this. You know, so much potential. People have this passion, right, for startups that they do their own children, and they're always happy to talk about them. So what I find is in this space, you get people that are not only passionate, but they're creative, and they're usually pretty courageous, because to start your own business, your own enterprise, does mean that you've got to, you know, a lot of people get overwhelmed by the simplest of things, you know, setting up a business bank account, you know, taking on, you know, how do you interview, building up teams. And the truth is, with all of these things, the reality is they're just problems you've got to knock down one by one, right? You've just like, it's there's a phrase called, you know, the best thing to do for breakfast is to eat a frog. And, you know, you eat a frog for breakfast, it means that, hey, everyone on their to-do list every day has stuff that they don't want to do. I get it. For me, most recently, it was my tax return, right? And I sat on that tax return for 11 months, okay? And I submitted it 3 days before the deadline, you know, because I didn't want to do it. I don't always follow my own advice. That's the thing. I'm quite good at giving advice. I don't always follow my own advice. But in startups, you know, you've got this wonderful melting pot of people from all over the world, different cultures, different ideas, different experiences. And this is one thing I enjoy the most about sort of doing the consultancy that I do, is that, you know, it's sometimes, frankly, I feel guilty, because, you know, often I'm getting some kind of remuneration for what I'm doing, but I'm sitting there listening to this incredibly cool, creative person telling me about their idea and the problems they're facing, you know, and I love talking about it. I love thinking about these ideas. But anyway, yeah, so when I went into the world of startups, I met 2 very clever American women who wanted to create an app for hospitality, one where you could order food, pay the bill, tip staff, you know, and the full sort of stack of solution that you're seeing now being widely used in hospitality because of COVID. Fortunately, after 3.5 years, Amex came along and they acquired us. And the first thing they did was they shut down the app and they terminated all our agreements with all of our partners, because as soon as you are American Express, they don't want anyone else's brand to be attached to their brand. But for me, over that journey, what was the truth is, in over 3.5 years in startups, I learned 10 times as much as I learned in 7 years in finance, because every day is different, right? And the barriers to you dealing with problems are so much lower. It's like if you work in a big institution, you know, you will end up doing a role, and your exposure to different roles and different parts of the business is far more limited. And if you know, when you go into a startup, one day, you know, you're making a sale. The next day you're working with product, right? The day after that, you're helping a developer actually try and work out a better solution. You know, the only thing I haven't done in the startup world is actually write code. I've tried to write code. I can't do it. It's like magic and rainbows to me. I've got a huge amount of respect for people that do it, because you know, well, I respect their career trajectory, because to be a developer, you know, you can, you know, the earning potential is huge, but also the ability to actually create your own idea. You know, for me as a non-technical person, the biggest barrier to me getting something off the ground is finding the right technical resources to do it. Because certainly in the UK, you know, hiring good developers is frankly, to get a team of just 3 or 4 can set you back a couple of $1,000s a day. So it's a huge barrier. But to anyone here that does have those coding skills, I would say that the biggest bit of advice I would give you is don't forget about the other parts of your business. To create something is great, and there's a huge amount of value in that. But beyond that, you obviously need to be able to take that product to market. And that's where I find, you know, a lot of the people who have more technical background come to me, want to, you know, to see how they can actually they've built something quite cool, and usually it's quite advanced. It's not just an MVP, you know, they put a lot of time into what they're building because they love it. But then taking it to market is a whole different thing. So yeah, after the acquisition, I went on to American Express. I've spent some time there to complete my deal. To be honest, it was great being back in the corporate world after 3.5 years of startup life. Like startup life wasn't easy. You know, my pay each month didn't cover my rent. You know, and it's not like I had been, same way I told you I was stupid at university. I was kind of pretty stupid in my early career as well. I earned good money and I just wasted it. I enjoyed a good life. You know, imagine being, you know, in your 20s, you're on a good salary in London. You're kind of like, you're just doing what you did at university, but 10 times more intensely. So it was great to be back in the corporate world. And that's at that point, what was really interesting, what I'm a great believer in is never judge where you are now by where you are now. Okay, you can only judge the value of your current state, your current position, right, from where it takes you to next. Now, for me, as I say, university seemed to be useless for me, but actually it gave me the skills that I needed to get into that first job. And when I was in asset management and I was sitting there bored thinking, why the hell am I doing this? I'm just wasting my time. Now, when I talk to people, they look at my background and they think, wow, okay, he's not just sort of some startup sort of sharpshooter cowboy kind of guy who's just doing, you know, there's actually, they see this sort of this track record and they're like, oh, there's credibility. And so my point is that each of these steps, there's always a cumulative value to your future career. Now, more recently, after Quandu was a hospitality platform, allowed people to book and do other things, and I went there to deliver a payment solution. But obviously, COVID has really slammed hospitality, especially any kind of marketplace with fixed fees, you know, because businesses can't afford fixed fees. And that's one of the reasons I accepted an offer from my current position, is because their SaaS marketplace, the way it operates is there are no fixed fees. They simply charge a transaction fee. So the goal for them is to own the payment side, and they own the payment side by offering a full stack solution of scheduling, staff management, offers, marketing, all under one system. But because they start off with a freemium solution and then only charge a success fee once you adopt the payments, it makes it basically far more sticky. And the churn, you know, the losing of the partners and the customers is so much lower because there's no downside to maintaining your relationship with Fresher. when transactions drop down. But all over, like wherever I've been, whether it's been asset management, finance, university, whether it was startup involvement, whether it's I think the current count is about 170 other startups now that I've worked with, either as an advisor or a non-executive director, taking them on their journey from either seed or through to Series B. Every single time, what makes a difference is the people, right? And it really, and I can't stress this enough, if you're sitting there thinking, hey, you have a great product, but that's all that matters, you're not seeing the bigger picture, because you will need people to get it over the line. Now, one of the big problems with getting people on board and getting buy-in is the motivation side of things. Like, how do you get someone on board? You've got an idea, right? And you don't have a lot of cash in the bank. You don't have the ability to, or frankly, you don't necessarily have the trust yet to want to give, 25%, 30%, 50% of your company to, if you're technical, to a non-technical co-founder, or reversely, if you're not technical and you're trying to get technical support on board. A lot of technical people, if you're a developer here and someone says to you, hey, I've got a great idea, you just go and build it and then I'll do the other stuff. It means you're taking on an immense amount of risk, right? You've got to dedicate your time to getting that over the line. And so for me, there's a great book written by a guy called Bill Campbell called $1 Trillion Coach. And this I can see Tane nodding. So yeah, $1 Trillion Coach for me really resonated with me. For years, over the years, I think I, like most people, have at times suffered with something called imposter syndrome. You're looking around saying, God, do I really deserve to be here? Do I belong here? Whether it's because you're at a great university, whether it's because you've got a great job, or you're in a position like even me here today. I think, God, do I deserve to talk to you people? Is it worth me taking up your time for 45 minutes? Am I worthy of that? And what the way sort of $1 Trillion Coach works is to say that you lead people with love. Okay, and it sounds really cheesy, right? But if you lead people with love and you lead them with openness and honesty, you don't sort of play games with people. You don't try and fake stuff or try and pretend to be something you're not. This truth will resonate. This truth will come through. And the thing is, and it's one thing to, if you're as a leader, right? If you're in a strong position, if you've got, I don't know, you're in the position to pay good salaries, right? And your product is great, and you've got good investors backing you. You're sitting there thinking, actually, you're pretty untouchable. You're pretty invincible. So that means you can lead with fear. Okay. And don't get me wrong, leading with fear can be incredibly powerful. You lead with fear, people will get stuff done. People will do what you want. They will move. The problem is when you lead with fear, is even if you take your eye off the prize, if you take your eye off your teams, if you are no longer in a position to give those raises, or you need people to go that extra mile for you, it is very unlikely that they will, right? Because who does that for people that they don't truly respect or enjoy working with? So to lead with love, to lead with openness and honesty, and to ensure that the people around you, you are actually taking them on this journey, right? You're not just telling them to do a job, which is what my early leaders didn't do with me. They didn't just tell me to do a job. They explained the whole picture to me. They took me on that journey of understanding why we were doing what we were doing and what the value was and how I fitted into that picture, And the truth is like with hindsight, you could say, God, did they play me? Did they, did they play me in my early startup days? Did they play me? The amount of hours I would do, the time I worked, what I put into it, the opportunity cost of giving up a career in finance that even if I didn't enjoy it, would have still guaranteed me a good life. But no, I don't think they did play me. I think what they showed me was the ability to sort of, if you approach work as a lifestyle choice, and if your lifestyle choice is one where you choose to be happy, the amount of sort of positive contribution and creation you can make is absolutely huge. But yeah, it's the truth is that people can often, like, so whenever I'm interviewing people, two great questions I love to ask. Okay, the first one I love to ask is, people often ask, like, what are your biggest strengths and weaknesses? And I don't like those questions, right? For the strengths, I say, look, what are you most proud of? But for the weaknesses one, I say, what makes you cringe when you look back on yourself? What are you embarrassed by? Okay, because if you're not cringing about something you did before, and I'm not talking like when you're 8 years old, right? Obviously, it's like when you're looking back, and maybe when you're 16, or when you're 18, or for me, when I look back and say in my early 20s, I think, God, what makes me cringe the most? What am I most embarrassed about? And for me, to ask that question, I do it because I want to see if people are self-aware, right? And if people are aware of how they've grown. Because the only reason you're cringing when you look back is because you have grown. Now, for me, one of the things I've known and I've addressed over the years, I had two weaknesses. And one that I cringe about is how, and this is why for me, leading with love and how I frame the message I give to people is so important, is that I remember one day walking into a startup I was working with, and I remember the feeling changing in the office. Okay. And I couldn't work it out why. And I realized people got quieter when I came into the office. People didn't seem as free and easy. And I was I remember I went out with a couple of the salespeople. Salespeople are always chatty, right? So I went for a coffee with a couple of the salespeople. I was like, guys, what's the vibe in the office? Tell me what's going on. Is there a problem? Are people unhappy? Is people thinking? And they were like, look, they're worried what you're going to bring up when you come to the office. They're like, and I was like, what do you mean? It's like, well, they're worried if like, you're a startup, you've got bugs everywhere. You know what I mean? You're faking it till you make it. You're trying to stay alive. And they were worried, literally when I come in, where am I going to, like, where are my eyes going to fix on? And basically, who am I going to, as they saw it, tear down, right? Because of the way I was framing things. So I would go in, and the truth is, if I was working with someone here, right, I would only be working with that person because I have respect and belief in that person's abilities. So if I see something that isn't right or isn't working, I'm going to say, that's not very good. And I probably won't use the words, that's not very good. I'll probably use something, language that's a little bit stronger. Now, people can sometimes take that as me saying they're not very good. Okay. And the thing is, that's not what it ever was, right? If I didn't think that person was very good, I wouldn't think that person was part of the solution, and I wouldn't probably be even having that conversation with that person, okay? But what I learned then was about framing, okay? Understanding that maybe not everyone is like me and is going to see the things, is going to sort of hear my words in the way I am intending. Hear my words in the way I am intending them to be heard. So for me to frame and to really understand my target audience, I do it with sales, right? I do it with account management. I do it when I talk to investors. I see it from their opinion, right? But I wasn't doing that with the team. Okay, I remember one guy called Miral, like one of the best Android developers I've ever met. Like, really clever guy. Okay, but he was really introverted. He had ADHD. Really capable guy. But me coming in and just saying, hey, Miral, this isn't working, what's going on, this is bad, he was like, it would really hit him hard, and that wasn't my intention, because I had nothing but respect for this guy, because what he had delivered so far was great. But what was important, what I learned, is like framing, and this ties in with the people side of things, right? You bond people with love, you lead them with openness, you build a company, you build your future in the same way. This is exactly what they did at Google. In Google, when they walked around, Sergey walked around, he spoke to people in the company, and they were like, look, we need managers. We need people to tell us what to do. So he hired a load of managers, put them in. And then he was walking around the office, he spoke to them again, and he was like, what's the problem, guys? And he was like, we don't need these managers. And so they had them all reporting into him again. And the reason they didn't want these managers is not because they didn't see value in leadership, is that they didn't see value in leadership that wouldn't communicate effectively with them, leadership that they couldn't learn from, right? Leadership that would just tell them what to do, that wasn't valuable. The leadership that took them on the journey, that is what was truly valuable. So for me, whenever I invest in a company, whenever I choose to take on a startup role, it's never what the product is now. Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5% is what the product is now. You know, if someone tells me they're creating Facebook but better, you know, I'm a bit, you know, I'm not sure I really believe them. But you know, if they have this sort of this passion and this drive, then for me, that's the most important thing, because you find the right people and you lead them in the right way. You know, I get people to work for free for me. Right? I get them to give up 20, 40 hours of their week sometimes just to contribute to a project that I'm working on, because they believe in the project and they believe in the journey. And like that, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's great from the financial side of things. But in terms of a culture and the team you want to, you know, the kind of the environment you want to create, like, you will truly create something incredible. But listen, as much as I love the sound of my own voice, I'm aware I've spoken for almost 30 minutes straight. And what I'd love to do is obviously open it up to any questions you might have. And just to be clear, I'm incredibly open, so you can really ask me. You can ask me whatever you like. Okay, I'm not going to be offended. So if anything, the more interesting questions, the better. So yeah, guys, well, over to you or over to the moderators.
So yeah, hi. So we'll be having Shivangi, Prateek, and Tane to moderate the chat and like bring up the chat questions to you. They have been taking a note of all the questions that have come up so far on the chat and other questions that people wanted to know answers of. So yeah, over to you, Shivangi and Tane. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Hi, William.
Hello.
Good morning. Have you had your lunch?
No, I haven't had my lunch. I've had my 2 cups of coffee. I've had my 2 cups of coffee, and I'm good for the moment. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Sorry, that's probably why I'm talking so quickly. I had 2 cups because I wanted to be on form for this morning, and yeah, maybe I should have stopped at 1.
Okay, so I mean, you spoke a lot about startups, ideas, visions, and all, and I wanted to I mean, a couple of directions and some rubrics on how to evaluate startup ideas, because mostly whenever I mean, it's not, I'm guilty of it too. Whenever I think like I'm building the next Facebook, mostly the thought process goes something like I'm building a great product and people will generally come. So maybe if you could highlight something about building, talking to users, coming back,
Yeah, sure. So I think that if you're in a position to be product first, to be product first as a business is incredibly strong. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier, like you're either technical or you're not technical. Now, if you are technical, or you have the ability to get an MVP product off the ground first, I would always suggest that you do. Once you've done obviously your research, you check out your product market fit. If you're not just building something for fun, and you've actually checked that there's a real demand for it. For me, one of the problems I think we have in the startup world is that people are scared to put themselves out there, right? And so for me, I think in the same way, in the same way, a lot of people now for their personal lives use Tinder, right? Or they use relationship apps, they use OkCupid, they do these things, right? And there's an immense value in it, because obviously it's a numbers game, right? You can approach it that way. But on the flip side, I believe a lot of people use them, and myself included sometimes, because it's easier, right? It's less scary. It's who likes going up to someone that they see outside in the real world and saying, oh, I think, it's far easier to swipe right on someone than it is to go up to someone and say, hey, I think you're attractive, right? That's why people ask people out a lot less now, right? And in the same way in startups, I think a lot of the times people, when they have an idea, when they have a product, they think they can kind of hide behind slightly the attitude of build it and they will come, or build it and run some Facebook ads and they will come, or build it, optimize my SEO, post on some forums and people will come. And for me, what I think people need to do is really try and think about when you have a product or even an idea, if you're not technical, okay, never be afraid to reach out and speak to your end user, okay? The reality is ideas are easy, okay? Execution is the hard thing, okay? And I think a lot of people, when you have an idea, you can sit there sometimes being scared to reach out to your end user. Sometimes you're scared to do research, right? Because you're worried almost seeing someone else has already got your idea and they're 2 years ahead of you. You're worried because maybe they're not going to understand how they're not going to understand the reason for your vision. But if you can speak to your end user, so I don't know, if you were building, I'm trying to think, some kind of, I don't know, taxi software, right? Or if you're building some kind of restaurant software, right? To actually speak to the people at the end, your end user, the people whose problem you're actually solving it for, is key. And at that point, you can then get buy-in, right? And once you've got buy-in, you can have regular feedback on your product. And the real world feedback on your product is so important. But what this leads to, if you can find these, and this is why I'm literally, for all my startup ideas now, I go straight to the endpoint. Before I do the Google ads or the Facebook ads, I find someone who I'm actually building this product for, right? First of all, I want their feedback on it. And then I get their buy-in, right? And then I get them to work with product, right? And actually help flesh it out. Then they're my early adopter, okay? They're the first one using my product. But what this leads to, right? Once they've seen this journey, okay, they can then actually help me take on more of a strategic role in the business, right? Because they are part of my target market, they will know other people, okay? They can be an ambassador for my brand. What's more, they can potentially even be an investor because they will really see the value of the product. So when it comes to building, when it comes to getting investment, okay, that's often, people often want investment, right? And they see it as a badge of honor. I find it slightly crazy sometimes because I think, wow, you've taken on a load of debt. Is that really something that's really cool? Oh, I raised 10 million. No, it means you owe some guy 10 million. That's actually pretty scary, right? Who wants to be in 10 million worth of debt? But if you take on, once you can get to that stage of actually looking for investment, what will be key is traction, okay? And what traction is people using your product, okay? You need to get people doing it. Now, whether you go down the freemium model route, which is something I always suggest initially. Now, I know it can be tempting. Hey, I've got some users and I want to start, I don't know, I've got 100 users, I've got 1,000 users, I want to charge them $10 a month, right? And it's like, wow, that would be quite cool, wouldn't it? If I was getting, I've got 300 users, $10 a month, that's $3,000 a month. That's quite tempting, isn't it? That's quite nice. The problem is, as soon as you've got paid users, you've actually got a level of expectation that you've got to manage, right? You are suddenly no longer someone who is offering a free service that people accept people are actually typically usually pretty ungrateful anyway. People can be very demanding even when it's free. But if you can actually build up this freemium base and then actually decide certain key points you're going to monetize it at, this then shows financial traction to investors. And at that point, if you've got that traction, then to be honest, Tane, I haven't just answered your question. I think I've probably answered about 3 others that you didn't want me to. But yeah, in terms of getting your product out there is key. Go to the end. Don't hide online, right? Like, that's the thing. You've got to have the guts to pick up the phone, to send emails, to get in touch, and actually get your product seen in the real world by real people.
Okay, and I see a couple of questions on the chat related to building credibility, when you are a newcomer in the field. I mean, you're competing against the sharks, right? You're a small fish in a dead and scary pond. And one more question related to, let's say I
can see the
co-founders and all.
Yeah, I can see. So, sorry, I've just gone into the chat and I can see some of the questions.
There's one question in the chat. IB and plenty of other finance-related jobs have north of 70 hours worth of work per week. Some reaching even 120 hours. So, how do you keep your drive up?
Great. I've got to be honest. That's a great question. Recently, so this new role I started a couple of months ago has been pretty intense. So I work with teams in Australia, and I have teams myself in North America and the Middle East. So my day my first calls typically starts at 6 a.m. and my last call can finish at 9 p.m. Recently it's been very difficult, frankly, over the last whatever it has been, 7 weeks, to manage my other commitments. Okay. But this so firstly, I'm not expecting my current role to be maintaining at this current level. As I say, I think I'm doing weekends as well. So at the moment, I am probably hitting maybe 100-hour weeks at the moment just for my main role. Now, it isn't really sustainable, to be honest with you, to work these hours consistently week after week. Okay. And, I'm fortunate, right? I don't have children, I'm not married. So I don't have these other things that take my time. Life's quite easy for me. I don't even need to have to spend my time cooking if I don't want to, like the joys of, food delivery and sort of make life very easy. To stay motivated, what I always think is that I've got to be learning in what I'm doing. Okay. I've got to be enjoying what I'm doing. And I accept like the truth is life isn't fair. Okay. Life isn't easy. And no one's going to give you the keys to the kingdom just because you put in the hours, right? Just because you're there kind of delivering. It doesn't work like that. You have got to go above and beyond to do it. So what I try to do is now with my if I take on what I call a corporate role, and even though Fresher describes itself as a startup, it does like 400 million a month, and it's got 200 employees, and and we've got whatever it is, like 150,000 partners over the world. It's not a startup. I think it's rubbish when people say it. They only call it a startup because we still take investment, right? And it's like, for me, that's not a real startup. But it's a case of being sure that I'm enjoying what I'm doing. So now I don't take boring corporate jobs, basically. I don't take something that I don't think I'm going to learn from. But the truth is, it's hard. You've got to learn to manage your time. And I think, earlier on in your career, often the corporate jobs or maybe the full-time jobs that you take because you need to earn money, right? You're probably not going to enjoy them. Okay. That's just the truth of it. I enjoyed the people I worked with in finance, but God, were doing what I did? No, it was so boring. I didn't enjoy it. What the key is, there's some sort of lifestyle choices you have to make, right? Like you have to try. And I haven't always been healthy, right? I'm not always healthy at the moment. I drink too much coffee. I smoke cigarettes. I don't always eat healthy food. I do silly things, right? But sort of to try and live, try and live cleanly does help. But the thing is you've got to find something that excites you. If you find something that you're passionate about, right, that you enjoy building your startup, the truth is you will find the time. It's just what you do. If you're approaching it as something like you want to make money, right? If you're approaching it as a side hustle, you're trying to get off the ground just to try and give you income, like you probably won't get it off the ground because you won't love it enough to put the time in, right? That's just the way it goes. If you go money first with startup ideas, like you're like, I hate to say, don't get me wrong, you can make it, of course, but in my experience, if you're led by revenue, you won't actually get the users that you need for the revenue. You won't get the investment on board. What you have to do is you have to pursue what is a passion, right? You have to really love it. And so it's not easy. And sometimes sometimes like people often come to me, right, because they want to go faster, right? They want to achieve more, they want to do it quicker. And the thing is, what I find consistently is the people that come to me are actually already pretty high performance individuals, by the very nature. It's like the people reaching out to me are not people that say, hey, I'm not doing anything with my life, I'm completely lost, right? It's people that actually are already what I would consider above average. But the reason they're above average is because they've been pursuing something that they actually really enjoy, and that's what sets them apart. This is why you find the passion. It's like, what would you do for your family, right? Like, how far would you go for your parents or for your mother, for your brothers, your sisters, your children? You would put in so much effort, right? And this is why people treat their startups like their children. They haven't approached it from a financial angle of, hey, I've just got to try and make this much each month. That's what a freelancer does. Entrepreneurs, they pursue a passion with a vision. So like the truth is, what I often say to people is these people that are high performance, sometimes they've just got to chill out as well. The world is not going to end if you walk away for 2 days, right? If you shut down your laptop and you shut down your phone and you decide to disengage, sometimes that can be the best thing, and sometimes I do that, right? And there's nothing wrong with completely checking out. And, I'll be on, like, sometimes I like to go out and I like to party. I like to have a good time. I'll tell you, some of my, like, two of the biggest sort of breakthroughs I've had, or the biggest problems I've actually solved for my startups over the years, One was about 6 years ago and one was 2 years ago. I solved it at about 4:30, 5:30 a.m. You know, I hadn't slept. I'd been out partying. One time was a wedding, and the other time was, I think, a friend's birthday. And it had been a big night. Like, it had been an epic, one of those epic nights, you know, that, yeah. And my point is, right, and that's when I had these breakthroughs. I was like, oh, and I just, you know, it just came to me, right? And so the idea of, like, it's not always an hours game, right? It's about approaching it with the right sort of, being in the right headspace and pursuing the passion. So yeah, I don't know. And sometimes the truth is, sometimes you just don't work the hours. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you're like, this week sucks. And you've done like 12 hours of work and it's been a waste and you think, God. But yeah, that's it really.
So you've talked about the importance of professional camaraderie and the professional relationships. And you also talked about the essentialness of the communication between team members. So a question that had come up is, how do you change members in your team while not ruining relations with them?
Wait, say that last bit again. How do you change
members in your team while not ruining relationships with them?
Okay. So for me, okay, that's interesting. So the truth is, sometimes you've got to, you know, sometimes you've got to bring in new skills to the team, right? And sometimes you've got to let people go. That's the difficult thing. And actually, I had to let someone go this week, actually, that quite embarrassingly, like, hired on the Monday, had his first day on the Monday, and I had to let him go on the Tuesday. And the reason I had to let him go on the Tuesday is that he used some language in the office, some stereotypes, to make his sales case that weren't really, well, frankly, that just weren't appropriate, and I wasn't going to have in the office. Now, the team were very happy when I made that decision. However, sometimes, yeah, you've got to move people that either the person being moved doesn't want to be moved, or the people that they're leaving behind, right, will really question it. So sometimes when I swapped out a CTO, for example, that can be, you know, swapped out a CTO makes them sound like, you know, I'm swapping sweeties. Like, but no, the swap, you know, I've had to replace a CTO, and that can be a really big deal, because the people, the developers in the team look up to that CTO. They're looking, you know, they're trying to learn a lot from that person. For me, this comes down to, again, if you leading with openness and honesty. Like, the reality is this shouldn't probably come as a surprise to the team, right? If they have already seen if actually you've been open with the dynamics and how things work in the team. But the way to do this for me is about understanding, like, what I ask everyone that I work with when I meet, okay, I actually try and understand, what do they want? Hey, like, what do you want to get out of this? Where do you want to go? What are you interested in? Like, some people, you know, actually some people don't want career progression. You know, some people are happy. Like, I have sales guys working for me that are like, listen, you know, I'm happy to go out and do the job, but I do it 9 till 5, and that's in it. At 5, I check out and I do other things. One guy says for his family, another guy's working on a startup, right? And it's about understanding what these people's motivators are, right? If you can understand what's important to them, okay, you can then understand how to frame your message for each person that you need to speak to. So if you're obviously, when you're talking to the people that are, say, staying behind, you know, you have to explain the reason and the decision making. Like, don't be embarrassed and don't be shy about why you made the decisions, right? This is about leading with honesty and openness, right? So you can explain to the team why, you know, if you've had to let someone go, you explain to the team why, you know, what was the reason, you know, as much as you can be, apart from legal issues, right? You might, like, for me, this person I let go this week, people are like, oh, what did he say? What did he say? Oh, well, I can't actually say what he said, but I can say, listen, guys, the reason we let him go is it wasn't good for the culture of the company. You know, you got to let a CTO go. It's like, listen, the CTO, always framing stuff with positivity. So it's like, you know what? Our CTO was great, you know, and he did so much for us in 2020, you know, got us so far. But right now, this company is ready to take that next step. And, you know, after discussion with that CTO, kind of realized that probably wasn't the best person to take us on this journey. And yeah, again, leading with that openness and that honesty. As for, you know, when you've got to let people go, the other side to it, which is, frankly, I don't enjoy. I don't mind conflict when I'm discussing, like, say, features or products or how they should be. I can be really passionate, and I'll be like, no, you're wrong, it should be like this. But when it comes, I hate letting people go, because often, like, you're really, you know, the impact on someone's life can be huge, right? They take it, you know, it hits their ego. But also, you know, I mean, one of the toughest times when I let someone go, the guy was, you know, in his 50s, and he was just like, I'm not going to work again. I'm not going to be able to get another job. I'm going to lose my house, you know. And it's like, you know, it's like, I'm not heartless, right? That hurts, you know. But in that situations like that, you've got to try and take the emotion out of it, right? And you just have to explain, as I say, I think being open and honest, right? Explain why you're doing it, okay? Either like, you're not doing it for the fun of it, right? You're not doing it because you're evil. You're doing it because, hey, there's a financial motivator for the business. You know, there's a business justification that you need to take the product forward in a certain way that they're not capable of doing, or they, you know, they just haven't been hitting targets, KPIs, right? And this is why, you know, targets and KPIs are so important to set. Why, say, performance reviews every quarter are important to have with your team, right? Because it gives you and them visibility on the current state, right? On how you're feeling about them, how they're feeling about the business, right? And again, you have this knowledge, you can get this buy-in for the team to actually take, you know, to actually take your business forward. But yeah, man, it's never easy letting people go. But my suggestion is be honest, be firm, tell the truth, and you just say, you know, like, sometimes you get people begging and pleading, and, you know, and sometimes you have to say, you know, I'm sorry that, you know, the decision's already been made, you know, happy to give you a reference for your next job, you know, I'm happy to, you know, happy, like, even, I mean, yeah, this was bad with COVID, right? A lot of people have been losing their jobs, and so I actually went through a situation with a company where we had to let about 22% of the workforce go. It was 91 people. And it was tough. I knew these people, you know, they weren't, a lot of them weren't earning, you know, lots of money. You know, they were sort of early in their careers, not earning that much. And the company was owned by a company out of Tokyo, and they're purely data led. You know, it's, they very much see people as numbers, and their approach was they effectively wanted to just turn off everyone's access to the systems at 3 a.m. and send them a letter by post with next day delivery, just saying that they had been terminated, because their view was like, this way there's no risk to the business. Now, for me, actually, you create more risk to the business because people end up taking you to court, seeking out lawyers, and even if it's not justified, you know, you have to spend money on lawyers as a business to defend this stuff. So the way I did it is, actually, we reframed it, and we knew how long we had. And when we were making this decision, we knew we could pay them for another 2 months. And the view was, yeah, in 2 months' time, we'll just shut them out, right? Well, I was like, well, actually, let's just be open with the team. People know the state of the market. They know what the situation is. If we give them 2 months heads up that this is happening, okay, it means that for the next 2 months, they're probably going to be a bit more careful with their salary, right? It means that they can start looking for new opportunities right now. We organized internally, I organized LinkedIn, CV, and interview workshops, right, for the teams, right? A lot of them had only interviewed a few times before, early in their career, right? And this meant that they could get a head start on losing their job. It's always easier to look for a job when you've got one. You know, it's sort of, you look more appealing to the market, but also it gives you this kind of innate confidence that you're still employed. Yeah, fortunately, actually, we had almost 40% of the people that were being let go had a job to go to, basically following straight on from when we would let them go. And since then, only around sort of 10 to 15% remain unemployed, and half of them are quite happy to be unemployed. They've gone to Thailand and places like that to work on their own sort of startup ideas, and, you know, try and have a lower living cost. Yeah, it's sorry, I've got to be honest, I can't even remember the question. This is the thing, I'm a bit of a talker, so you guys have got to shut me up when you know what I mean? If I just start, this is what my friends say. They say, hey, you're too honest and you talk too much. So sometimes I just go down these rabbit holes. So yeah, let's keep going. What's the what else is there?
So the next question that I think that came about was having excruciatingly long work weeks. It will eventually get to you, as it probably does for everyone. How does a person differentiate between the feeling of a burnout, which is common, and the feeling that this line of work might not just be for you at an individual level?
Okay, tell me where the question is. Like, what time was it sent?
1 second. I think it was sent. Oh yeah, 2:48.
I'll just resend it on the chat. It'll be easier that way. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. This
Yeah,
means
go
as well, it's me going off tangent. I mean, yeah. And the feeling. Yeah, so that's a great question. And it's difficult, right? Like, what is the difference between burnout and actually thinking, yeah, I just don't really like it? I think the truth is if you have to ask that question, the truth is it's not burnout, it's just that you don't really like it, you know? Like, I'm often sitting there, I find, like, for me, and I don't know why it is, often I find I do some of my best thinking like late at night. You know, what I find is in the morning I get up, I typically have a cup of coffee, open the laptop, right, and I've got messages that have come in overnight while I've been sleeping that I have to respond to. I have people in different markets that are halfway through their working day and they see me come online, right, and so the meetings start and stuff starts happening. And then I'll get to the end of the day, right, and I do try and wrap up my day by 7:30. Otherwise, I know I'm just going to be so broken for the next day, right? It's like I've got to sleep for 7 hours. I've got to have a few hours to unwind. You know, like I am a normal human being, right? Sometimes I do need some time for myself. But I find when I get to the evening, this is when I start like kind of just really thinking about what I want to think about, right? It's like it's my time. You know, it's what I enjoy doing. And so that's when often I can end up, again, I pick up typically a different laptop to the one I've been using during the day. And this is when I end up going down this sort of, you know, note taking, YouTube watching, you know, website reviewing, you know, LinkedIn messaging, like all this sort of milieu of, you know, communication and research, right, that actually directly links to the startup, right, that I'm doing. Okay. And it's because I enjoy it, you know. That's for me, that's the difference, right? Don't get me wrong, you will, like, people talk about, so when you talk about burnout, you know, for me, people talk about burnout very broadly, right? They talk about burnout in, like, I've got friends, you know, and even myself to a degree, so when I was in finance, who have had burnout when they've been working at, say, you know, Goldman Sachs or you know, Barclays, somewhere like that, right? And it's like, yeah, and they're working 7 days a week, right? You know, and they're like, yeah, my boss always goes in on Sunday, so I've got to go in too, right? And they burn out, right? They do too many hours, you know, and the stress is, you know, the stress is there, but they burn out more quickly because they don't enjoy what they're doing, right? And it goes back to this thing, like I was saying earlier, it's like, how far would you go for your family, right? How far would you go for your friends? It's like, you're not going to go, you don't, it's like this innate sort of internal, like slightly subconscious energy, right? It's like when, I don't know, that, you know, that 70-pound mother can lift a car off her child because it just needs to happen, right? It's gonna happen, it's gotta happen, so it will happen, right? And the truth is, you might love the money you're earning in these corporate roles, you might love these things, right? But actually, like, you burn out so much quicker because it takes its toll on you because you don't enjoy what you're doing. So this is what I would say, it's the feeling that it might just not be for you is when you're in jobs that you don't enjoy. And trust me, get into the job that you enjoy, and I give you my word, the money will come. Like, people often would think money first, right? It's like, oh, great. And don't get me wrong, I earned great money in finance, you know, like in my, you know, mid-20s, I was earning, you know, whatever it was, top 10% of UK income earners. Like, it was good money for that, you know, for someone with a politics degree. Yeah. I screwed up my education, absolutely. But since doing the things that I love to do, like, I'm now top 1% of earners, right? And it's not because I'm super smart, right? It's not. I'm not like well, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit smart, but no, I'm not super smart, right? I'm like, and I guarantee, like, there's no one in this room that's far less or far more smart, right? Everyone's clever in different ways, you know. What's key is finding what you enjoy, and it's cheesy, right? But if you do what you enjoy, right, you're going to be good at it, and if you're good at it, you become successful at it. And if you're successful, like, the money does come, right? And it's like, I can even see one of the messages, sort of time to love coding, and it's like, you know what, like, you could earn great money coding. Like, some of my friends, you know, guy who's a React Native developer, or React developer, you know, he does both. I think now React, but yeah, he earns crazy, like crazy levels of money as a day rate. However, the problem with coding, right, is, and as I say, it's only the one problem, but I have met lots of developers who, you know, who are, say, in their 40s, right, who sort of code iOS, code Android. They can, you know, they can build a back end. They can do it. And I meet them, and I'm like, they're not earning very much money, right? And I'm like, well, why aren't they? They've been doing this for years. And it's like, oh, no, they earned so much in their 20s, right, in their 30s, but then they stop learning. So the thing is with coding, right? You know, I think anyone here that codes, right, will know this. You have got to stay up to date, right? You've got to stay relevant. If you're not learning what's new, and the problem is the speed with which this stuff develops, right? The speed with which you need to start learning new languages, new ways to deploy things, you know, is like, and I'm not a tech, as you've said plenty of times, I'm not a tech person, but the amount you've got to invest in yourself to stay up to date before then you can take that. What I would always recommend to people is taking that sort of that leap to cross the business side, which is like more of a CTO role, you know, where you can actually understand the business and the code. Yeah, it's tough, but yeah, burnout happens. The difference is, you know, like, with burnout, you know, burnout is like borderline like depression, you know, you're just done. You just don't get up. You don't, like, you're just broken. You're just moving, like, you've got a constant haze just over you. And if you've got to ask the question, I would say it's more that, yeah, the line of work might not just be right with you, right for you, I should say. But I'm just looking at any.
I think the next question that did come about was, just one second. Yeah, that when given an opportunity, how do you tell if it would present a learning experience?
That's a good question. I think, again, it probably comes down to people. You know, you think, who is presenting this opportunity? Where does it come from? Like, a lot of, you know, there are a lot of people out there that say, you know, offer to help startups. They offer to help individuals. A lot of coaches and a lot of consultants out there. A lot of people that will come on as an advisor and offer to give, you know, offer to take 1% of your business and, you know, offer you loads of help. And, you know, I don't like it. I think there are a lot of sharks out there. There are a lot of, you know, people that are just trying to take some, you know, I always tell startups, hey, hold on to your money and your equity for as long as possible. It's tricky, right? I think you've got to look at the people presenting the opportunity. You can always maybe do a bit of research and see, oh, you know, what, you know, who is that? It depends what it is, right? I don't know whether you're talking about a course or an opportunity in a company, or, you know, the opportunity to learn something new, whatever it might be. But I would say, look at the people doing it, right? See where they've come from, see where they're going. It's always interesting. But ultimately, a lot of time you don't know until you're in it, right? And like I said at the start, you often don't know how valuable the thing you are doing now is until it takes you to that next step. I'm sure there are some people right here in this room that are studying something, right, or are going to end up with a degree in something that they're thinking, God, I probably should have taken another degree. Or is this, you know, or you're having an idea about your career and you're thinking, is this really going to help me? Is this really going to take me there? And what I'll say to you is you don't know the answer to that question yet. You know, you will know once you're in the next stage how helpful or unhelpful this current stage is. So what I would say is, for me, the biggest thing of like, when you try and consider an opportunity, actually consider the opportunity cost, right? Consider actually what are you losing by taking on this opportunity to learn, right? If it's preventing you from doing something else, then yeah, that's a problem. That's a concern, you know. But if it's not, you know, then there's no reason why you shouldn't take the opportunity. You know, you should just go for it and see. Like it's almost like trying food, right? Like sometimes you've actually just got to take a bite and see if it tastes good, see if it works for you, right? It's like startups. A lot of startups I've started working with, I haven't continued to work with, right? It hasn't always been a good fit between the founders and I, you know. Sometimes it's just like, or they want to take the product or the company in a direction I don't really agree with, either because I don't think it will be successful, or sometimes, you know, occasionally it's even an ethical decision. I'm just like, listen, I don't really like the way you're operating, or I've seen the way they want to treat their teams, you know, and I'm like, yeah, they're leading with love to kind of get the buy-in, but actually they're not sincere about it, right? They're just trying to trick their staff, you know. And so, you know, I'll part ways. But yeah, the opportunity, you often don't know. Like that, I'm sorry, I don't have a magic answer for you. What I would say is, like, opportunities are like life. You want to try as much of it as you can. You know, life is short. It can often be cruel and unfair. You see something cool, you see something you want to do, you want to try, hey, go for it, right? Because it will open up the doors. It will open to the unknown are huge, right? Compared to just staying on this pre-predicted path. You got an opportunity, seize it, just take it, right? And fail. It's cool to fail, right? It's fine to fail, you know. But I failed lots. Like this. I mean, if anything, right? This is the thing. It's like, I want you. Like, people often look at me, right? And people assume that my life's always been easy, right? They think, oh, you know, and I work with people all over the world, right? So I've heard everything from, it's like, it's easier because you're English, right? It's easy. Some people have said it's easier because I'm white, right? Some people have said, oh, it's easier because you had that background in finance, you know. People have said, oh, you know, like other consultants have come to me and said, oh, it's easy for you to be a consultant because you've got all this real world experience, right? People have told me that life should be easy for me, right? That it has been easy for me. The truth is, life hasn't been easy for me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was given good opportunities. I was very lucky with my family unit growing up. I had two parents that were very supportive, you know, and told me I could go out and, you know, I could achieve in life. But, you know, in this whole career, time where, yeah, I was unemployed, right? I was looking for a job. There's a time when, you know, my father was ill, passed away when I was 20, right? And I had to start, you know, taking care of my mum financially, you know. There was a time when I had £60,000 on credit cards trying to keep startups alive, right? And I was there, and every day I was scared of the bank texting me, you know. I was scared of getting calls. I was scared of, like, bills not going through, you know. It's like, I suppose the reason that I'm sharing this is that I guarantee there is someone out there that has started with less than you currently have, okay, and has already achieved more. Okay, and the same is true as me, right? There are people out there that have started with a hell of a lot less than I have and have already achieved so much more than I have. Okay, what's important with all of this thing is, remember, you're not in competition with these people, right? You are literally in competition with yourself. Okay, that's literally the only thing to remember. And I said earlier about consistency. Every day, try to be consistent, right? Every day. Like, now when I go into businesses, I know that I'm not going to shift the needle 30% in a day. Okay. And that was a lesson that was taught to me about 6 years ago when I took on quite a big corporate role and I was trying to make these big changes. And CEO was like, hang on. It's not going to work like this, right? He said, consistency every day. You give me 1% every day. You give me that. If you give me 1% a day, 356 by the end of the year, right? And you get 356% growth, right, in a year. That's awesome. Okay. But the reason I say this is because, like, everyone's got problems, right? And you look around, it's like, and I've looked around with envy over the years, like, thinking, God, I wish I could code. It made my life so much better. God, I wish I had these connections, right? I wish it's like, God, or I wish I had a trust fund, you know? I wish, this is the thing, right? I'd like a lot of my, well, not a lot of my, some of my friends have been like financially supported by their parents their entire lives. Okay. Some of them have never had to pay their own rent. Some of them have never worried about bills. And don't get me wrong, when I was in my early 20s and I was starting out, like I wouldn't say I was jealous. I was envious of the security they had. They didn't seem to have the same problems and fears that I had. Not one of them has achieved anything impressive in their own careers. Okay. They are at the same stage that they were 10 years ago when they were in their, they're now my age, mid-30s, right? They're still there in average jobs with an average existence. Yeah, they've got a nice house because of their parents' money, but they haven't achieved anything because of it, right? If you have this hunger, right? If you know that you want to be better than the person you were the day before, right? You want to be that person, you have these dreams, right? And you're going out to create stuff and chase them down. You take people on this journey with you, and I guarantee you will get there. But consistency every day, right? Don't worry about the people around you. You just got to go after it, right? Seize those opportunities, right? Unless you have a reason not to, just do it. It's something I like to call Gaddafi's law. He was like, if it feels good, do it. And like, that's not always a good bit of advice, but like, you should go out and you should hunt down these opportunities. Yeah, sorry, again, a bit of I like my wide-ranging answers. Sorry, this is you could ask me any question, I'll give you any answer. Like, it might not be the right one.
It's no problem at all. There's another question we saw in the chat box. In a startup, how do you guys decide the course of the startup, knowing that everyone has a different idea and a vision for the startup?
Well, so I suppose this sort of comes. So there are two sides to this, I think. One, I think if you're probably talking very early stage for the startup, right? Potentially if you've got a couple of founders, maybe 2 or 3 founders, they've come together and they should be kind of setting a bit of a vision for where they want to go, right? But tied in with that is like, as you build a team, or even if you're just a founder yourself, right? And maybe you're not even sure where the idea is going to go. You want the team around you to believe that there is a future, right? And the reality is like I always, it's I always like to hire people that are cleverer than me, right? I like to hire people that can do things that I can't do, and that could, frankly, potentially be a threat to me and what I'm doing, right? Because they can beat me. But actually, with the right people, right, and with leading with this openness, you want to hear what their vision is. You want to hear what everyone's vision is for what you're creating, okay? Because the truth is, probably everyone is a bit right, It's like, if you've got your vision for where you want it to go, sure. But that vision is only there because you're a product of your environment, right? And it's informed, it's been informed by the people that are around you. So, to get alignment on vision can be hard, or to get it 100% aligned. But broadly speaking, you should kind of know the rough direction of where it's going. But usually sort of other business constraints come in, where you have to actually decide, oh, okay, well, guys, this is the direction we're moving, because if we deliver this over the next 3 months, we can monetize with 1,000 clients, right? And then that means we can then pursue another part of our business that was perhaps the original vision. But yeah, it's communication. All of these things come down to effective communication, okay? And don't think like vision is not something you should beat yourself up with, right? Vision constantly changes, or I shouldn't say changes, it evolves with the market, right? It evolves with the market, involves with the product, with the competition, and with the people, and who ultimately your end user is. Like the vision that people have, it's like sort of like, say, what is everyone might not love Elon Musk, but most people know him, right? What's his vision for SpaceX? Where does he want SpaceX to go, right? He's like, well, people say, oh, okay, it's Mars, right? Wants to go to Mars, wants to colonize Mars. Like that's SpaceX, okay? But you're like, well, hang on, what's going on with Tesla? Okay, so Tesla's cars. But is Tesla really about the cars, right? Or is Tesla actually more about the battery technology? And is the battery technology actually key to successful space exploration, right? instead of solid and liquid boosters, right? And it's a case of what is the true vision here? It's the truth is I don't think anyone actually knows what Elon Musk's true vision is, but I think he has multiple visions, right? And the truth is each of these actually influence the other, right? As one thing, like everyone's had ideas here, I'm sure, right? And there's probably ideas that you keep coming back to, ideas that maybe you even had 10 years ago, right? But I reckon they've changed a lot since then. Okay, the vision you had for it 5 years ago is not the same vision you had today. So I would say you don't always need people to agree on the vision. It's okay to have, but as long as you have the communication about where it's going to go, that's cool. Change it, right? You pivot. Like there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that would be our last question for today. And since there are a lot more questions from a lot of other interested people as well, I think William, would you be willing to take those offline? Would you be fine if they ping you
Yeah.
over mail somewhere?
Yeah, that's fine. That's no problem. Fine. And if you want to, I don't know if it's helpful just to do another Zoom in the future. You just let me know. I'm pretty. As I said before, I'm always happy to. People got me to where I am. Like people helped me along the way, right? And I'm very aware of that. I'm very happy to help others where I can. So yeah, that's absolutely fine. Feel free to share my details.
Sure. So yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot from taking out your time, especially that too on a weekend.
My
All of
pleasure.
us, all of us over here really like have already started seeing you as a mentor figure, and I'm pretty sure all like we have had over 100 participants joining us over the Zoom call, and a lot of others watching through the YouTube live feed as well. So I'm
Oh
really
wow, YouTube too. Wow, yeah. Okay, wonderful. Well, listen, guys, it's been a real pleasure to talk with you all today. And like genuinely, really, it's been a pleasure. And yeah, get in touch if you think I can help. Just let me know. And yeah, hopefully we'll have the opportunity to do this again in the future.
yeah, and I really hope next time we can do it in person. So we would be really happy to host you at our campus as well.
Oh, that'd be
And
lovely.
so, and yeah, as a token of thanks and gratefulness from our side, we have our team like has planted a tree on your name at the Sundarban National Park of West Bengal.
Oh wow. Oh, that's what the certificate is. Oh, that's lovely. Grow trees. Okay, guys. Well, that's that perfect, lovely. That makes me feel good about my. Yeah, that's a win for me today. I've helped get a tree in the ground, so that's yeah, I'm happy. Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm really happy you loved it. Yeah, thanks a lot, William, and thank you from all of us at IIIT.
My pleasure. All right, guys. You have a great day. Thanks a lot.
So, guys, next we'll be having next we'll be having Manasi Joshi at 4:40 p.m. So we'll be using the same link for that as well. So until then, you guys can disconnect and join back again at
So this is a
4:30 sharp.
short lunch break. Have your lunch. After Mansi Joshi, we'll be having a small evening break too, probably. And then we'll be having VC Sajjanar sir, Commissioner of Cyberabad, with us.
And yeah, once again, thanks Varun and Tane and Shivan and everybody else who organized this. Yep, thanks a lot, Tane. Thank you. And yeah, to Professor Logan and Professor Pradeep as well. So yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. Oh, okay. So, Kush, there has been some changes in the timings according to that. Mr. VC Sajnar was busy during this time, so he has done us a favor to accommodate his slot in the evening at 6 p.m. So we'll be having Manasi first at 4:40, and then VC Sajnar at 6 p.m. After that, after Manasi. So yeah, we'll update the website soon. Thanks. Yeah, bye bye.
Hello, Mansi ma'am, can you are you able to unmute?
Yeah, hi, I'm able to unmute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll just set everything up, and then we'll start in a minute or so.
Hello, and a very warm good evening to all our audience and everybody present here. So, welcome to the second half of Jagruti. I hope you have enjoyed so far and would continue to do so. So, right now we have with us, and we are very excited to have among us one of the most inspiring, the very talented, someone who has achieved more than what most people could imagine, facing more hiccups than most do, rising against all odds like a phoenix. The star para badminton player ranking number 2 in female singles and the current world champion, the one and only, the badminton sensation, Mansi Joshi.
Hi everyone.
Hello, ma'am. Uh,
Thank you for introducing me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for being with us here today. Me and Srijan would be your hosts for the evening. So, Srijan, are you here?
Yeah, hi
Uh,
Bhavi. Yeah.
yeah. Hi. So, ma'am, we are all very inspired by just reading about you and your accomplishments and your story. So, we can't wait to know more about what all things that you have done and what is your outlook and your perspective about the various things. So we have some questions prepared that the students from our college wanted to ask you and wanted to personally know the answers of. So Srijan, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Bhaviji.
Sure.
Ma'am, first of all, I'd like to start by saying it is a privilege to be host to you today. It's a real honor, and thank you for so much for taking part. Ma'am, the first question I'd like to ask you is that, ma'am, you're a very prominent personality in India. And from what I have read about you, I can assume that there would have been a point of time when you would have finally chosen to leave your regular 9 to 5 paying job to go on a journey of becoming a badminton champion. At what point in your life's journey did you realize that you wanted to pursue badminton as a professional career?
So thank you, Srijan. Thank you to whole of Triple IT Hyderabad for having me. I hope you guys are having a great evening on Saturday. And well, it's a great question. So I used to work as a software engineer in Mumbai. I was working like like just like everybody else after you guys graduate. I'm sure you guys are going to have a 9 to 5 job like I had after I graduated, and it was just like a lovely regular job. I had made some great colleagues, I had great friends, great managers, and yeah, so then one day I met with an accident, injury happened, then hospitalization happened, and I came back home minus mobility, and I started badminton, and badminton was just for my rehab purpose. And with that rehab, I relearned a lot of things and picked up badminton professionally. So I there was this one point where I played a world championship in 2015, and I had won my first, like it's my first medal at international tournament in 2015 world championship, and I had got a silver medal in mixed doubles with my mixed doubles partner. And I then came to know like that 2015 was the first year I actually played my first international tournament also. And within few months, I won my first medal at Worlds. That's where I decided that I have scope in this sport and that I should think of pursuing this sport and like give my dedicated time in pursuing the sport. And I kept on pursuing it. Few months I practiced as well as attended office, 9 to 5 office, and it was getting too hectic because I used to get up at 4:30 in the morning. 5 say 8 I used to go for training. Then like from 9 till what 6 o'clock 6:30 I used to work, and then come back again go for training. So my schedule was so hectic. By 9 10 p.m. I would just doze off, I would sleep, and even the work pressure was too much. And that's when one day I decided that opportunities in the field of para sports are endless and I need to explore it. And that's where in 2016 I left my software job to pursue para badminton professionally. But within few months, I realized that the amount of money that I had saved to pursue the sport was negligible because our sport was not funded by the government, and I had to play multiple tournaments a year to maintain my international ranking. So I rejoined work and started working again and play sport. This time I started working at a bank with regular hours. In software, we had to work full time and we didn't have that regular hours. At bank, I had a liberty of like a regular job, and that's where I decided, okay, now as I have achieved something. So in 2019, I got a, another job that was with Bharat Petroleum, and this is on sports quota, or your honorary job that people like organizations give to sports person. That's when I have left job. Otherwise, I've managed everything with job. I've pursued sports as well as I've done my regular job till 2019. That's the year I won my gold medal also.
Ma'am, that is indeed very commendable. And one thing that I think all students in engineering colleges face is a kind of, a parental guidance or a parental, say, a pressure to, pursue engineering as a first career choice, to pursue engineering and then spread out into co-curriculars. So, ma'am, what did your parents have? How did your parents have a role in this, in your career?
In my career. So my father was a scientist at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and the place where I used to live, Anushakti Nagar, it's in Mumbai. It's a residential colony for people who work at Bhabha, and everybody were scientists. So all the people, all my friends or all my school classmates are students or sons and daughters of scientists, and every parent, there was so much of competition that every child had a lot of pressure from their parents, and every parent wanted their child to pursue a professional course like engineering or medicine. And my parents were also, I mean, they were very open minded, but then of course that pressure does hit you. uh, but yes, co-curricular was one of the major thing that my parents encouraged us since childhood. I've been participating in dance, drama, elocution, music competition, and sports. And in sports also, I used to play, like since childhood, I've been playing multiple sports. I've been playing badminton and I used to go for coaching. I used to also go for football coaching. I used to go for art classes also. And, I mean, my parents wanted all our kids, like we had three siblings, all of us, my parents wanted all of us to pursue or have overall development. And I think multiple things empower you as students. It can be anything. It can be music, it can be arts, it can be education, it can be sports. And for us in our family, everything was given 100% importance. And I think that has been a savior.
Ma'am, that's really amazing. So, ma'am, so to whom would you want to dedicate your present success? Like, who are the people behind your success, and how do you see the role and importance of the people around you?
I think my whole family, I would like to dedicate my current success to my family, to my classmates, to my colleagues, to my employers, to my coaches now, to my physios, trainers, etc., and the doctors who operated upon me, the nurses who and the people who took care of me. I think it's just not one single person I would like to dedicate, because it's a multiple. It's like a big team of people who have worked with me and have given me a new direction, given me a new way to think, given me a new hope. So I think it's not just one person I would like to give credit to.
Okay,
Ma'am,
so ma'am, yeah. So ma'am, like if you wouldn't mind, I wanted to know how your outlook changed after the tragic incident. Like how your outlook on life and on your professional career and everything, how did it change, and what all changes did you observe in yourself after going through that?
So when I graduated, so I met with an accident in the year 2011. I had graduated in 2010 from engineering. It was just 1 year after my graduation that I met with an accident. And I'm sure, I mean, I was just 22-year-old, and I'm sure many people from who are in a final year are 21 or 22. And at 21 and 22, you really don't know much. Okay, you are, you know that you can be a change maker. You know you can change the whole world. The whole world is your oyster, and you feel like, अरे आज तो मैं ये करूँगा, या तो आज तो मैं मतलब ये करूँगी, मतलब we are not realistic when we are in early 20s. We are very I mean, of course, I mean, people who have understood what they really wish to do are changing the world right now. But when I was 22, I just knew that अब तो थोड़ा जॉब करके थोड़ा बस पैसे कमाएंगे, जॉब करेंगे और फिर हायर स्टडीज के लिए जाएंगे, एंड दैट्स वेयर आई विल अंडरस्टैंड कि मुझे और क्या करना है. दिस इज व्हाट इज अप्रोच ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट 60% of engineering students in India. I was one of them. My whole outlook changed when I met with an accident. I realized कि oh shit, everything changed around me. Everybody had moved on, and I had to relearn everything. I had to start from, like, what you learn from bachpan, what you learn from your childhood. I had to relearn that walking, which is right now, I can say we all are privileged that we are able to walk, and I had to relearn it. So I know everything changed when I understood that everybody will go ahead of me, and I will have to start from not where I left, but I have to restart everything. And I told that I'm giving myself time off. I'm not going to compare my life with anyone, because nobody else has gone through what I am going through. And from now on, it will be just me making sure what I'm doing with my time. So yeah, that's when my outlook changed.
So, ma'am, talking about engineering and then switching to badminton, like everybody during their childhood has this one particular profession that they want to take up when they grow. And that is, I'm talking about, say, when you're in your fourth or fifth standard, right? When you don't see the world in terms of where you'll earn more or something like that, but only in terms of what you want to do for the rest of your life or things like that. So what was that profession for you? Was it being an athlete and a sports person? Was it being an engineer, or was it something entirely different?
It was entirely different. I wanted to be an environmentalist, and I wanted to change the world through, speaking more about issues that our environment is facing right now.
So that's great. Yeah, Srijan, go on.
Thanks, Bhavyaji. Ma'am, so today's youth, ma'am, like you told, like when you were young, you wanted to become an environmentalist. So today's youth face a lot of problems related to both physical and mental health. So what would you give advice on it? What are your views on it?
I think, yes, you are right. We all have our ups and downs, and we all face physical and mental issues. And I think the situations that we go through, it actually makes us analyze and we question what's happening to us. And that's when, we face a lot of issues regarding what we are doing, what we really wish to do. I think, to me, uh, it's very important when we are facing issues. I think we should be very aware that right now we are having a mental breakdown, or right now we are having an issue, because everybody's problem is different. Somebody must have lost a loved one or family member. Somebody must have failed an examination. Somebody must have just had a hard breakup. I think people have multiple issues. Like somebody like me, I met with an accident, and issues can be different, and we will never be able to understand what another person is going through. I think you guys are very young. You are just in college, going to be freshly graduated in few months or few years, I suppose. And I think when, as time passes, you will realize that it's very important for all of us to have an empathetic outlook to people. For me, all I did was accept that this situation has happened in my life. And what is the next step? The next step was to relearn. And I understood, I spoke to people who have been through something similar. I had a great network. I had great support from my family, and I made sure that I always remain in touch with my friends. I'm sure right now you have a group of 20, 30 people you hang out with. I had the same. But then once, I mean, it's 10 years since I graduated, and I realized that your close circuit, your close network are those 5 to 10 people, and you have to make efforts to be in touch with those 5 to 10 people. And I think this is what helps you when you are facing a hard time, because hard time is not going to tell you that it's going to come tomorrow or day after, but your friends or your family members, these are the people who will remain with you. Right now, please make an effort to be friends, to remain friends with your classmates, with your teachers. And I think the input your teachers or your professors give or your colleagues can give you, I think that is what is going to make you a better individual, an individual who's able to deal with hardships.
So, ma'am, talking of hardships and difficulties that somebody faces, so being an athlete is an entirely different experience from being an engineer. And there are a lot of rough patches or difficult times when that an athlete goes through during his entire career, and where he has to like practice throughout and put in like his 200%. So how do you think, like, what should be the people's outlook to deal, like, go through such patches and to deal with these?
So you're asking me how to be a better athlete? That's what your question
Yeah,
is?
basically how to stay motivated when you think that you are at your lowest point in terms of performance or in terms of anything.
Okay. So yes, I have been like, I till last year I'd never had the courage of calling myself as an athlete, because I never related to athlete as a term, because I never looked like an athlete. I didn't even know that I performed like an athlete. So till last year I didn't have that courage. I think after winning a medal, I have got an opportunity to call myself an athlete. I proudly call myself as an athlete. And after speaking to multiple people who have, or not speaking, or maybe listening in this lockdown, I listened to multiple athletes and their stories, and I have realized that yes, I'm an athlete. I have worked hard. I've put in 8 to 10 hours every day. I have given my 100%. I have made the best use of whatever I had in this current situation. And I am nothing less of an athlete. Previously, I would call myself as an accidental athlete. Now I just proudly say that yes, I'm an athlete. I'm a para athlete, and I'm proudly owning this title. The difficulties that we all face as para athletes or athletes is support in terms of financials. It definitely affects your chances to perform better, because if you don't play a tournament, you don't score points, and you don't qualify for the next round of or next major tournaments, a world championship or Asian games. And I think para sports is right now still gaining popularity in our country. People are still appreciating, and the funds are still getting allocated. Not all athlete gets funds, and also for development from the grassroots level, uh, it's really tough. So I think that is one point. Another point I'll say is more and more people right now are facing difficulties of thinking that they want to choose career in sports, or say career in para sports, because not everybody has got a privilege like I have. I mean, I feel I am so privileged that I had an educational background. I am empowered because of my education. Sports is giving me another voice. And I don't think people who come from various stratas of the society, from the different parts of the country, I think it's a long way to go. And I think the we need more and more support, especially in this field. And the prosthetics that we use, it's still getting developed, right? So I think I would like to request the people who are listening right now that you know uh, I am using a microprocessor based prosthetic. I'm sure, I mean, many of you who are in IT or from electronics background understand how microprocessor works. And it's just a basic circuitry, and we are able to walk because of it. I think you all in India should develop a thinking that we want to make something here in India, because right now I buy my prosthetics from Germany and they are sold in euros. I think we as people from India can't afford such expensive items. I think if we have an in-house prosthetic made in our country, I think it will solve a lot of problem, because you know what? If India can send a mission to Mars at the cheapest, at the least cost, why can't we produce prosthetic at the cheapest of cost, or the best of prosthesis at a lesser cost?
Yes, ma'am. That's actually inspiring, and like a lot of us here work for such innovations and really aspire to come up with something that can actually make a difference through the work
Yeah,
that
you
we do.
should think about this. People who are listening, please give a thought of how a prosthetic works. Maybe somebody from mechanical. I mean, do you have mechanical in your college?
No,
We don't
ma'am.
have mechanical, but we would love to know how to get into it and how to start working on it, because I too was researching on how much you had to pay, and not everyone can afford, as you said, that whatever you had saved for the sports was
Correct.
like nothing. So this is because the cost of prosthetics, and we at IIIT Hyderabad would love to know how to start innovation on it and how to start research on it.
Yeah, we can have a discussion on what we can be doing. I mean, it's difficult right now, but I think if your professors have a thought, to make it as your final year project, it's difficult because you know once you leave your project, there's nobody else who's going to pick it up from where you left. If you have your professors who have that kind of an interest which guide people, okay, this year let these people make this one particular circuit and one particular part of it. Let other group make another part of it. And if you all at within 2 to 3 years you're able to compile your project into a one single entity, I think it will help a lot. But then yeah, maybe you can speak to your professors and we can work something in this area.
Yes, ma'am. Surely, we have a robotics lab which takes parts in like microprocessors, microcontrollers, and robotics, and does research on this. So I'll be really happy to convey it to the researchers and the professors over there.
Correct, sure.
So moving on to the next question that we have. So we wanted to know, as a sports person, how does it feel to represent your country at a global stage, and then even like win for your country and be the pride of the entire nation?
It feels great. It feels like an honor. It feels like a privilege, and I feel very happy to take Indian flag in my bag and go to another country, wear Indian jersey. It's a matter of great pride actually.
So, ma'am, what do you think that what were the most memorable highlights of your career so far?
There have been many. I think the firsts for me have been the best. Like my first tournament that I participated in Spain in 2015. Uh, I had a very different approach at that time, and it completely changed. I mean, when I saw multiple people with disabilities from different parts of the world playing the same sport that I play with the same passion, dedication, I fell again in love with the sport, and I understood that people are doing just amazing. So I'll tell you why I'm saying this. It's because our sport at that time was not a part of Paralympic Games. It's making debut in 2020 Paralympics, which is going to be held this year. Then our tournaments don't have cash awards, or you don't get prize money after winning a medal, and you just go, you get a small medal as a token of appreciation, you come back home, you get back to your normal life, and that's it. And people dedicated their complete life in just getting that small medal that they were getting. And I mean, I felt so much in love with it. I thought, why is there no prize money and still people playing? But after playing a few tournaments, I understood that people are playing because they love to play. It's not for getting money or gaining popularity. They are playing it because they love. And I think this is the dedication we all should be pursuing, our whatever we feel we want to be doing, without expecting this is going to make me give this kind of a name, this kind of a money. Whatever you love to do, just pursue it with 100% dedication. So, okay, so sorry, that was my first tournament. Then second one was I felt great when I participate. I won my first medal at Para Badminton World Championship in 2015. That was in Stoke Mandeville, which is in England, and that is the birthplace of Paralympic Games. And the best part, like I'll give you one trivia, is that there is one Olympic torch or Paralympic torch which is lighted there, and the flame from that torch is the torch which is going everywhere around the world when Paralympic Games are happening, and that torch is burning since 1960s. So yeah, that was one trivia. Then another thing that was one big highlight for me was my first World Championship gold medal, which I won in 2019, and I proudly am calling myself as a world champion, or just proudly enjoying this new title, because this year I'll have to again fight for that title.
Ma'am, so I think Bhavyaji sir will share something right now. And so we all like to strike things off our bucket list. And you have achieved everything on your bucket list from 2014. So, ma'am, can you give us some tips on how to check items of our own?
Okay. I mean, I had like when I was very young, I had my bucket list. Right now, I'm feeling like no, itna chalta hai. Whatever you want to do, you just do it. But yeah, I mean, there was just recently I started running, or I relearned how to run, and this is what I've striked on my bucket list. Uh, Another thing that I really wish to do is travel more, because our tournaments, it's very hectic for us to travel. So travel more, find more time to do. But I think what you should be doing to strike off your bucket list is just do it. Because right now you are in your 20s or in your like late teens, and you will understand कि अरे अब तो सब कुछ possible है. But when you start doing your job, when you have to, when you have responsibilities, you start taking care of things and everything, you will realize कि अब possible नहीं है, job में छुट्टी नहीं मिल रहा है, and there will be one thing which will say nahi possible hai, and you will think कि नहीं करना है. Just don't listen to that नहीं करना है कि ये नहीं करना. Just think कि ये करते हैं, weekend पे तो कर ही सकते हैं. Weekend is like a time which you can take off for your own. Do it during your weekend, but do it. Don't delay it, क्योंकि delay में नहीं होता. Do it now or do it on the weekend, but weekend से delay नहीं.
So, ma'am, yeah, we dug up this tweet from your past, from like it was a recent tweet in March, and it had your 2014 bucket list. So I've posted the link.
Oh, that was correct. Oh, yes, I wanted at that time in 2014, or this is my sister. My sister had written this all these things. I told her ये तो करना ही है मुझे, and this is what I had. She had written it down to run, to walk, to run, to participate at World Championship. Okay, you're showing. See, Mansi's bucket list, perfect walk and reduce weight. This is what I'm working on right now. And then play national and international level badminton. In 2014, I was nowhere into badminton. बाप रे बहुत ज़्यादा तो हम लोग पीछे चले गए इसे ढूंढने में.
Yes,
But yeah.
so yeah, so do you have any bucket list with pending stuff that you want to do in the near future?
So I had this one thing I had told myself I want to do. That was in the year 2011. कि 2020 से पहले I want to go to Iceland and see aurora. It has still not happened. 2020 has gone, and this is one item that I want to tick mark from my list. Travel wala item.
Okay, so ma'am, talking of 2020, and ma'am, I'm pretty sure you would have done that had there not been the entire COVID scenario. So
Exactly.
right. So apart from delaying this part of your bucket list, how else do you think the entire lockdown and COVID has affected you and your perspective, and how did you utilize the extra time that all of us suddenly gained out of it? So how was the experience overall?
So 2019 was the year where I played बहुत सारा tournaments, and I played almost one tournament a month. 2020 was the year where I spent time with my family. Previously, I was just seeing my family for when I would return home from a tournament. 2 days I would go back to my family, show them the medal, spend, eat ghar ka khana, and come back for training. And it was very hectic. After coming in 2020, I spent the entire year with my family. That was one very positive thing. I attended a lot of webinars like you guys are attending right now. I was a participant and attending multiple, listening to multiple people about what they're doing. I also attended webinars and Insta lives actually. That was the thing in 2020. Multiple Insta lives I've attended of multiple women athlete of multiple athletes of the world and learned more from them. I've done an online course. I myself have given webinars and given speeches to people and how to deal with a lockdown. And I relearned a lot. I got myself a cycle. I started cycling every day. I relearned running, which was the best part about my lockdown. And multiple, like I had great time. I worked on my fitness, I worked on my diet, I worked on multiple things which previously I didn't get time to work on. But one thing that I felt was that, this lockdown has been very difficult. Like my parents got affected with COVID in this situation, and it has been very hard. So when I say we had a great time, I also say that we had a very hard time too, because we were very anxious. We felt really helpless and powerless also in this lockdown, and it has been a mix of emotion for me.
Yes, ma'am. So, talking about the things that you did, like you relearned cycling and all those things, I wanted to know, apart from badminton, if say you could, if and like at times you get some extra time from your practice or whatever, how do you spend your free time? What are your hobbies and what do you like to do for your personal recreation?
So when I was not an athlete, or when I was working, or when I was in school, my hobby was badminton. Now that I've become a badminton player, I don't know what my hobby is. I will just spend more time with, online, do more of tweeting stuff as a sub. But yes, I spend time reading. I still spend time understanding things, and I love to do gardening in my free time. I have a say ghar mein balcony garden. I like to take care of it, and I'm learning. I'm reading more. I'm learning more than this. If I'm not playing.
Ma'am, so we can all agree that women's participation in sports has come a long way, but there's still a lot to be achieved. So as a ambassador of women in sports, ma'am, what are your future plans for uplifting the women in sports?
Do you mean women, or do you also want me to talk about para sports? Because yes, para sports is also a sport, and for people with
Yes, ma'am. I
disabilities.
want to.
If I
If
want
you
to,
could cover the entire range
Yeah,
for
like
both
that
para.
would have been our next question. So we would really be happy if you could cover it.
so I'll only cover women in sports, and para we can cover in the next part. So yes, women in sports is different. It's talked about, but we as women, we still have to work hard to break the glass ceiling. So I'll give you one example. People will still say कि अरे इनके तो women में तो men जैसा competition ही नहीं है. And this is not my sport I'm talking about. I'm talking about every women's sport. Everybody is going to say this, in spite of women players in badminton, in cricket, in tennis are doing great, and this is not in India. Everybody, like if you speak with Naomi Osaka, she'll say the same thing. Serena Williams, they have, in spite of winning multiple Wimbledon, Australian Open, multiple titles, she has to go through this. This needs to change. Why? what's happening right now is gender is a term which, gender should never be considered whenever you're working. I think you as students, you should develop this mentality that gender nahi discuss karenge. Let us discuss about work. Let us discuss about the outcome that has come through this person. And let us not discuss gender, because gender is it's like right now a very big term. Yes, and I think there's a lot of intersectionality in the gender. Uh, what we all have to just talk about is not women entrepreneur. Let us talk about entrepreneur. When we talk about sports person, let us talk about sports person, not woman sports person. That is when everything is going to change. And for that, right now, how we want to do is we need representation. We need more women participating, taking up roles. What has right now in lockdown has happened is people have understood that the roles that women play in a household uh, are the same roles a male can play. I have seen my friends taking up the roles of cleaning, cooking, taking care of the child. And I think when these people are managers at a company, these people are making sure that they're not talking about gender. They are giving equal opportunity, they're taking equal responsibilities. And this is how your mentality changes by participation, by speaking up. As women, we need to speak up more about our issues. When we say we have period pain, just be blunt and say, yes, we have period pain. There's no shame in speaking about such issues, because है तो है भाई, अब तो कुछ कर नहीं सकते हैं. So, as we as women shouldn't be very shy. And I think men should have an ear of not being too sorry इसने क्या बोल दिया. So I think it's both of us. And I think you as students, you should be the next change makers. I want this younger generation doing everything like everyone else, not talking about gender, sexuality, ability, race. Now, in my generation, we don't see anybody saying iska caste kya tha. But my parents' generation, they used to talk about iska caste kya tha. So that changed through education. And that change happened, we need to make that change happen in the terms of gender, in terms of abilities, and in terms of everything else.
Ma'am, so my next question would be, what change would you like to bring about for helping out para athletes in general? So, what would be the kind of changes you would like in medical and sports coaching facilities to help encourage participation and develop proficiency in para athletics?
So what I have seen about para athletics or Paralympics is Paralympics is not only about inspiration and hope that people draw from people with disabilities. It's like there's this one term called as inspiration porn, where people draw inspiration from people with disabilities and say, oh, if she can do it, I can do it. That is a very wrong attitude to have. What I want to do in the field of para sports is use sports to empower self, empower people around you, speak about your rights, about equality, and pursue sports at the highest level. When I speak about highest level, there are times when when para sports won't look, when you watch it on TV, when you see it on ground, it won't look like an able-bodied sport. A person running on a prosthetic cannot compete with an able-bodied person. An para athlete with prosthetic will not be able to win with an able-bodied athlete. And people need to understand this. But also people need to understand one thing is there was this one video posted by Olympic Channel a few weeks back, and that video was women's 4 into 100 relay happening, okay, in 1950s and 2016. And it took them around 50 to 60 years to reduce 7 seconds. So there was this 7 second that they took extra. In 50s, they took 7 seconds more, and right now, they're running in less. 7 seconds less. So what I feel is our humanity took 7 seconds or 50 years to reduce those 7 seconds. And for para sports also will take generations to reduce or bridge the gap. But para sports, what I see is it's changing mindsets, it's changing perceptions, and I think this is what I want: more and more people with disabilities taking up para sports, and more people pursuing para sports. Challenges are endless. I mean, I can't say कि, एक ही challenge है. It is endless. Even sport, every person is different. It's a wide spectrum uh, as people with disabilities. So even for training, one athlete is completely different from the other, and coaches, your trainers, they need to understand, but they are understanding the change is happening. And I think this is where we are going, making our whole world more disabled friendly, changing the perceptions through sports, empowering people through sports, and doing innovation in the field of technology through sports.
Ma'am, at this point, I would like to talk about sponsorship and how difficult it is right now for para athletes to find sponsors and for representation. So, ma'am, what suggestions would you give, or what are your views on the sponsorship that para athletes receive right now?
Mm. So I'll talk about funding, how funding works in India, about various sports, not only para sports, but all sports in our country. So there are a few schemes by government, state bodies, and central government, which helps the current top athletes to train and prepare for their championships. So these are top scheme and state schemes, whatever. Tops is target Olympic podium. Rest every athlete who are not. So there might be around just 250 elite athlete getting the final sponsorship from the government. Rest every athlete in India has to depend or has to find their own personal sponsors. Uh, I think corporates are doing a great job through corporate social responsibility schemes, CSRs. They are funding sports. Previously, like corporates are funding various schemes, right? They're funding health, they're funding sanitation, women's health. They're funding multiple causes, and I think sport is one cause which CSR through CSR corporates are funding. Others are there are many uh, foundations which are supporting people with disabilities, or I'll say they're supporting athletes. Um, People can approach these foundations, sports foundations, which are working in this area. And yes, I know that it is difficult for athletes or for people who don't who come from different parts of the country to go to people and approach for sponsorship. I think we need a model where a particular fund comes for grassroots level development, particular funds. Right now, we do have that kind of a thing for multiple sports, but I want that to happen in para sports too, where funds come in for grassroots level development, for mid level athletes, for higher level athletes, and for the top athletes. And if that kind of a system is in place, athlete centric, then we will see more and more people participating, getting funded for multiple sports.
Okay. So, ma'am, we are just left with like a last couple of questions, and then we'll take up a few questions that the audience has had after this conversation with you. So, you were listed as the next generation leader of 2020 by the Times Magazine in October, and you also appeared on their Asia cover, which is like making you the first para athlete in the world and the first Indian athlete to be featured in the Times Magazine. So, how did you feel about that? And considering that, what would be your future goals and ambitions for the following decade and for the upcoming generation?
I felt great to be listed as the next generation leader. That it's a matter of great pride where only 10 to 12 people from all around the world get a chance to feature. Last year there was this Indian YouTuber Ajay Nagar or Carrie Minati who was listed there. There was Lily Singh. There's BTS as a band. There's Weekend. There's Ariana Grande. I mean, there are multiple well-known. There's Greta Thunberg. I mean, multiple well-known people who have been listed as next generation leaders. and to get your name in that list felt great. I was not knowing that I was the first para athlete or I was the first Indian athlete to have such an honor. But with time, I realized that that has happened. It feels great, to represent a country, to represent people with disabilities, and to know more about, or to be a to speak about issues. I think it's a matter of great pride. I consider it as my privilege, my honor. And for future, I want to make sure that we as people are more understanding. We as people are talking about issues that are very close to our heart, which matters to us. We are working in this area, and in future, I want to uplift more and more, or not uplift, or at least I can say empower more and more people through various things, through sports, through arts, through music. And I think I want to be one of the person to be making a small change, or to one of the person contributing in my area through my work by just doing or by giving my 100%. This is what I want to do in future.
Okay, thanks a lot, ma'am. That was really really inspiring for all of us. Now we have some people from the audience who have some questions. So we would like to also give them a chance. I guess Shivangi, Vikrant, are you guys here?
Yeah, we are. Hello, ma'am. It's an honor to be
Hi.
speaking to you today. Um, there have been some questions, some interesting. There's one question. There are many aspiring athletes, but not all make it to the big leagues. So, what factors affects the success of a player?
So there are multiple factors actually that affect success of a player. One is if they when do they leave the sport? Do they leave the sport at early in the childhood, or there is a statistic that more and more girls leave sports uh, with after some years because of puberty. And it's crazy to know that this is happening. Why people are why this is happening is everybody has their own responsibilities. And I think whenever people take up whatever people take up, I mean, that is what happens. I think it's okay. But I think if more and more people continue playing sport, continue giving their 100%, then we can have more and more medals at international level from our country.
That was really nice. There was another question because for our college people, our like, schedules been like we go to the juice canteen at like 3 a.m. and then we sleep at 5 in the morning, and then it's all crazy. The common engineering routine you say. So what was your routine during the during your engineering days, and how did it change when you graduated and you took up job, and then after job you took up badminton? How did the schedule change, and what were like the transitions, and any advice you'd like to give to us? Because I'm pretty sure that none of us are leading a healthy life as you are right now.
Well, I was having a similar lifestyle when I was pursuing engineering. I was staying with family, तो 3 o'clock को juice canteen और वो सब तो नहीं होता था. But yes, uh, पढ़ाई तो 12 बजे के बाद ही स्टार्ट होती है, बिकॉज पूरा बाकी का टाइम तुम्हारा कितना पढ़ के हुआ और क्या पढ़ना है, पूरा टाइम इसी में जाता था. सो आई थिंक या I mean, even I used to have a very different lifestyle when I was doing engineering. Sleeping late, getting up late, attending lectures, and still I used to go and practice badminton in our college badminton court. Um, then I graduated, uh, and my lifestyle was working wala lifestyle कि भाई 9 to 6:30 job करेंगे वाला. And so I used to wake up so that I could go to my office on time. Then accident happened and my recovery process started. There my timings were of just lazing around at home and just ऐसे chill मारना. But once I rejoined office, similar timing started happening, like same 10 to 6:30 wala. But now that I'm pursuing or when I got selected for para sports, my timings were crazy. And I think what you want to do with your time will only make your timings, or which will actually give you that thing about timing. So when I was, as I had already shared, that I used to wake up at 4:30 in the morning so that I could start my training by 5 and go to office later. And I learned, we as engineers, we know how to manage our time. We know इतना chapter इतने time में खत्म करना है, इतना इतना books, इतना reference books पढ़ना है. So we have already planned so much कि we know कि इतना time में इतना करना है. Of course वो होता नहीं है, क्योंकि एक दिन एक चैप्टर देते हैं और उसके बाद उसी एक दिन में हम 10 चैप्टर भी कर ही लेते हैं कुछ करके. So I think yeah, that engineering background still remains. Now I wake up early. I have training from 6 o'clock, 6:30. I wake up by 5:30, go for training, sleep in the afternoon, again go back for training. So timings. What you want to do with your time, it only comes from what your ambition is and how you want to grow further in your life. And with bigger ambitions, you learn how to manage. And I think engineering always has already taught you कि time manage कैसे करना है. Future में all you have to do is properly implement that time management.
Okay, so next up we have Vikrant.
Hi, ma'am. I'm from Anushakti Nagar, ma'am. My father is also a VR scientist.
अरे वाह, कहाँ से? Which building?
Okay, ma'am. Like we were also a part of an rigorous academic environment. Like in the colony, there is a rigorous academic environment. And मतलब मैंने आपको कई बार एनसीसी में खेलते हुए देखा भी है. I mean, I think community center में. And what do you think? आपके लाइफ में जो academic environment था, जो upbringing थी, colony की जो upbringing है, did it have a positive impact, or did it change the way you like dealt with like in general life? How did it affect your further life? And what would you say to them who are, even हमारे college में भी काफी academic rigor है. So like what would you say to them, like जिनको एक ऐसा career path pursue करना है which is not science, which is not engineering, and which is not mainstream. So आपका क्या विचार है इसमें?
अगर नहीं करना है तो छोड़ दो, बट जो करना है उसको 100% करो. अरे कितने लोगों ने इंजीनियरिंग छोड़ा है, इतने एग्जांपल्स है कि भाई इतने स्टार्टअप्स है, उतने सारे एग्जांपल्स है. नहीं करना है तो छोड़ दो, बट जो करना है उसको 100% करो. दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू टेल एवरीवन. In my field, I had no clue that I could rise to this level. I had not seen anybody. I mean, I didn't know whom to follow in this area. Or what to do at that moment. And still, opportunities create हुआ, टाइम के साथ opportunities भी create हुआ, proper timing के साथ हुआ. So I think it just happens. If you want to pursue it, give your 100%. But yes, living in a colony like Anushakti Nagar, it has been, for me, it has personally been very positive because it has been a great environment to live, to spend your evenings, to spend your mornings, go for training, go for multiple classes, because everything was very accessible in my area where I used to live. We had all, like, parents wanted their children to have multiple skills. And for that, in early childhood, you need to have exposure to those things. And you had exposure to all those things in one place. And I think that is what is important. Overall development, I think ऐसे ही होता है, multiple exposure से. Now also it's not late. आपको लगेगा कि भाई मैंने तो, मेरा तो ज़्यादा exposure नहीं हुआ, मेरा engineering हो रहा है, फिर मैं तो job कर रहा हूँ, तो अब मैं क्या मेरा exposure होगा? What I want to tell everybody who's listening is, engineering में जो exposure होता है आपका, participate in multiple fest. जो भी fest में चीजें होती है, जितने भी events होते हैं, try and participate. You don't have to win. It's just have an attitude of participating at your events and fests. Laugh at yourself if you don't perform. It's okay. Make your friends laugh at you. It doesn't matter. But I think having an attitude कि मैं ये करना चाहता हूँ, that is what is going to make you learn multiple new things which are going to come up in life. And I think my colony or my area where I've lived in has given me that kind of an exposure to say yes to new opportunities.
Thank you,
So,
ma'am. And I think I just missed your question. I live in Aravali, ma'am.
In where? Aravali.
Aravali. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was also in Seven Sisters. I was in
Yeah.
Sabri
Seven
too.
Sisters.
so,
Thank you.
ma'am, for the last question for today, we have Shivangi again. Yeah, Shivangi,
So,
you here?
hi, yeah, I'm there. So, ma'am, you had mentioned before in your interview that that badminton was a rehab activity that you took after your accident. Like, so was there something else that actually helped you overcome the adversity, or was it just badminton?
Badminton was just one. There were multiple activities actually which helped me overcome. One, and the most important, which has actually helped me overcome, is support. Support from my friends and family. And I think without them, I would not have reached here. My father, my brother, my mother, my sister, all four of them. It has been very hard for my whole family to go through such episode, like to go through such situation. And everybody has dealt it with their own, or they have become stronger with time because of this. And I think it wouldn't have been possible without my friends' support. I had my friends who would be at the hospital after their work. They would take bath in the hospital and then go for work. And these are like 6, 7 people who would just be in the hospital and be outside my room, just chilling, relaxing, and helping and enjoying. And I think I the way everybody took it so as a sport or so lightly, it helped me understand कि भाई serious चीजें भी हम lightly लेकर ही deal करें तो हो सकता है. But yes, badminton helped me in my rehab activity because I think sports में जो एक्टिविटी स्पोर्ट्स करते ही होता है, वो एक्टिविटीज करके आई थिंक वो फिजिकल वर्कआउट्स का वो मोटिवेशन शायद मुझे नहीं होता जो मोटिवेशन मुझे स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू हुआ. So I think sport has helped me with family and friends support.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. You have shared some of the like really personal stories as well. Some all of them really inspiring. We all of us here like around close to 100 people in the meeting and like a lot more watching via YouTube. All of us like are really inspired after the session, and we have a lot to take home. Like I'm pretty sure I'll definitely convey your messages to our college research department and our professors as well, and even the students would be inspired to think about this in their own time and devote time and their dedication to all of this. Even apart from that, like just reading about your story was pretty inspiring to all of us, and now having met you in person is like just another experience. So yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. And as a vote of thanks, we have decided, like we have planted a tree in your name at Sundarban National Park in West Bengal, India. We'll be mailing you the certificate for the same as well. And considering that you had interest in being an environmentalist, I think it turned out well for us. So yeah,
Great.
so
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the session, and thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to Bhavyajit and everyone actually, Srijan, Bhavyajit, everyone who took part, everybody who's attending right now. Thank you to whole of Triple IT Hyderabad, Felicity 2021 for having me. Have a great Saturday and have a great weekend. Thank you
Yes,
everyone
ma'am.
once again.
Ma'am, we
It was
hope to
nice
meet you
meeting you.
sometime soon in future, once
I
you're all
wanted
back
to.
at campus.
Actually, I have been, I mean, it has been pending. I've from since 2, 3 years, it has been pending. It has not been possible, but maybe after maybe after a few months. But I'm in Hyderabad right now. I'm training at Gopichan Academy. If you guys have time, you want to come, see me, ask questions, I'm available. And or you can ping me on my social media. You can just find my name Manasi Joshi, and I'll be available on my socials. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. So yeah, as you can see, next up we have Mr. VC Sajnar, who is the Commissioner of Police. We'll be starting with that session in about 5 minutes. So please stay tuned. Okay. So today we are extremely thrilled to have among us the epitome of responsibility and ethics, the pioneer of citizen-friendly policing, a person who has taken up issues regarding safety of women and children as one of his priorities. Uh, we are really proud to welcome Mr. VC Sajnar, the Police Commissioner of Hyderabad.
Yeah, sorry, Bhavin. He's yet to be like the setup is being done right now.
Okay,
He'll be
I
with
just
us
saw him in
till
the chat.
10
Yeah,
minutes
I'll.
also. Yeah.
Okay. There's an account by the name of VC Sajnar that's a part of
I
the
know,
meet
I
right
know,
now.
I know, I know, I know, I know.
Varun, just inform me once the setup is complete, okay? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'll call you.
Yeah. Uh, Hi, Varun. Is the setup done?
I'll inform you. It will take 5 minutes approximately. We'll be starting
Okay.
at really sharp 6 p.m. as expected.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Please put any questions that you might have for VC Sajjanar sir in the chat box. We'll be monitoring and we'll pick some questions from there.
Prateek, are you able to turn on your mic? Prateek?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, VC Sajjanar sir will be.
Hi. Varun, I'd say Bhavijit, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm not in a condition to introduce right now. I'm sorry.
Cool.
Bhavijit, please go ahead.
Cool.
Varun, do we have any update on the setup?
Not yet.
Okay.
Abhijit, VC Sajjanar sir is here. Prateek?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Just give me a second. Yeah. So, okay. Yep. Is he here? I don't see the video.
Yeah, he is here.
Okay. So yeah, thanks a lot for waiting, and thanks a lot, sir, for taking our time and joining us today. So, like I've already mentioned, we are extremely thrilled to have among us the epitome of responsibility and ethics, the pioneer of citizen-friendly policing, a person who has taken up issues regarding women's safety and children safety as one of his priorities, and he is the Commissioner of Police, Mr. VC Sajnath. So let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Uh, Hi, sir, am I audible?
Yes. The
Okay.
the rest of the participants are on mute.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Vedant, the mic is on mute over there. Yeah.
Hello, Varun, is
Hello,
it clear?
sir.
Yes, sir. It
Yes,
is
sir. Yes,
crystal
sir.
clear. We are very happy that you came here, and we are very excited to host you at IIIT Hyderabad.
Thank you, Varun.
So, yes, sir. You can start now. All of us would be really happy to know about your life and your exciting journey
Sound.
throughout.
Bhavijit, one stop.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Okay.
So you're not audible right now.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. Sir, you have been known for citizen-friendly policing, and you have been known for the women's safety and safety of child via several methods that have been not used by normal conventional IPS officers, and you have been famous throughout all the people around the India, and I'm sure that this would be a brilliant driver for you to keep up the maintaining the societal balance and all. So we would love to know how you started with the inspiration of being an IPS.
Respected Professor Ramesh Loganathan, Varun Chhangani, and students from the IIIT, Vedant, Karan, and Rahul who are with me, and all my dear students. Good evening, everybody. So, Andarki Namaskaram. So, today I'm very happy to interact with you. Even though I was very busy right from morning, back-to-back meetings were there, but because of the pressure of Ramesh, I could not say no. And also, I love to talk to you all, and because it was also long pending. He was almost behind me for almost 15 days, asked me to make a video bite or address us live. But I thought better to interact with you live rather than giving a bite. So I'm very happy, and I am also happy to know that you conduct this Jagruti program every year and calling different personalities from various walks of life and making them interact with you all. It's a very good initiative. I think it should be continued. I think rather than having year long, I think every 3 months. Is it clear, Varun?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir,
sir.
I can
Yes,
hear
sir.
you.
I think every 3 months or 6 months, you should call at least 2-3 personalities, so that I think rather than having it in a yearly affair, it should be made as a tri-monthly or at least 6 months. I think once in 6 months you should interact with officers like us and all. So we have made some change. So coming back to me, I think I'm a native of Hubli, Karnataka. I did my BCom from the JG College of Commerce. Then I did my MBA from the Kausali Institute of Management Studies, Karnataka. Actually, my father, we come from a very middle class family from Hubli. My uncles were doing business, but my father was a tax consultant. So during that time, I used to interact with him and also used to work with him in my holiday days and all. So that's how. And one of my father's sister's husband, also brother-in-law, is also a engineer. So my mother and my father always dreamt that one of their children should become an officer. My mother also is always to talk about that you should become an IAS officer and you should work for the society and country. That's how initially that seeds were sown in me that I should do something for the country and should try these UPSC exams. Slowly in between, my mind took off and then I did my commerce, even though I had scored well in my SSC exam, but because of pressure.
Sir, we can't hear you.
I guess there's
Probably
some
connection dropped. Hold on,
there
let me
was some
call.
glitch.
Varun, can you call Vedant and ask him?
Yeah, I'm calling. Yeah. Oh. Vedant is not reachable.
Okay. Karan?
Avijit, call Karan.
I'll call Karan. You keep trying, Vedant.
Yes, VC Sajjanar sir is back with us. Sir, please unmute and turn on the camera. Sorry for the interruptions, everyone.
Vedant just no time exam.
Yeah. Yeah,
Please
yeah,
join with
he's back.
voice. Vedant, yeah, please unmute now.
Sir, you're on mute.
Yeah, Vedant is looking into that, I believe. Sir, you are on mute via the PC you have connected.
Hi.
Vedant, could you look into?
Yeah, Vedant, now it's fine. We must
Okay,
be able to
yeah.
hear you now.
Now we can hear you, sir.
Sound baga ekku.
Okay.
So during my students' days, I always felt that students' power is nation's power. So with that motto, I used to always do a lot of hesitations, take up a lot of issues. And that really inspired me that I should give back to the societies. I should join some service and work for the government and also for the society. And all. So then I started preparing for my civil services. It was a tough time. So because there were no facilities, I had to go to Bangalore. Then again, I got after my training, initial coaching. Then I came back to Bangalore, then went back home. So during my exam time, I used to go to Bangalore and write the exam. And ultimately during 1996, I cleared this exam and I joined the Andhra Pradesh cadre. So I always felt that students during student time only, we should always try to think that we can always give back to the society. We should always give back to the society, whether whatever stage you are, whatever you are. I think that will really help, and it will help you mold into a good citizen or can make a good career. Because I felt that because when I started those days working for the students, taking up many issues and working for the society, in between we also worked with some NGOs and all. I think by seeing those issues, I think there was a real awakening in me that yes, there is a chance. I think we should work for the society, and government is one area where we can reach to everyone, whether it is in the administration, whether it's in the police. No agency is there which is away from in the government, which is away from the public. All departments work towards the public in various capacities. That's how I decided that I should write.
I don't think so. This event is meant to be today. Maybe is he still? Did he still? I mean, again, leave the meeting?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
वरुण, अगर तू यहाँ कुछ बोल रहा है तो तू म्यूट है।
No, I was talking on phone. Yes, Vedant, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Varun, is it clear?
Yes, sir. Crystal clear.
So almost I worked for in the 5 districts, and they were all faction ridden and also extremist affected areas. So we got a lot of initiatives to wean away the youth from this extremist movement, and also wean away the extremists also from their movement. And we got a lot of people surrendered. It's all because of the proactive policing which we took in all the districts. So and also I had almost conducted about 3 general elections, and all the elections went on peacefully. So wherever I worked, one thing I ensured was that it's only because of the help of the public support we can do policing, and also we can take up the further initiatives. And everywhere, wherever I worked, I had a goal. Like in 2004 elections, you must all, I don't know whether somebody is from Kadapa and all, they know how the elections are fought in Kadapa and in the Rayalaseema area. So we ensured that there should not be any bomb incident, or there should not be any violence in the 2004 elections. We went conducting coordinate search operations in various faction villages. We bounded over all the previous offenders. We did a lot of flag marches, and we took the support of the public and all the good Samaritans. And that's how we, for the first time in the history in Kadapa, 2004, we did not have a single incident of violence. So that's how it continued. Then I went to Guntur, where it was at the peak of the extremism. There also we took a lot of initiatives, and we brought down the extremism, the effect of extremism down and all. Then we had some problem. Then I was posted as CID. There, I think it was, even though I worked for a very, very brief period, but there I think it was the best moment of my career, because there even though I had done some cases in Nalgonda, Kadapa, and Guntur against these Ponzi schemes. So a lot of Ponzi schemes were being floated in the clear on that.
Yes,
Varun,
sir.
is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So a lot of
We can
Ponzi
hear.
schemes were being launched in the country. You are all well aware that 1994, after the liberalization, many foreign entities entered this India in the name of investment and in the name of employment. They thought because country faced a lot of issues, so people wanted to come to this India, come to this country, and also we also encouraged foreign FDI, foreign direct investment. So that's how many companies came, and in this bargain, many of the Ponzi scheme companies also entered this India, and they started doing their business in the name of chain marketing, enrollment, and all. That's how the schemes were launched in India. Earlier, the companies which were operating in the foreign countries, they knew that there is a powerful act called as the Price Chits and Money Circulation Schemes Banning Act 1978, which discouraged such schemes, and also which was very, very stringent. But because of the liberalization,
Vedant.
so for the first time, we booked a case against this Amway, and it was the mother of all scams. It was the top direct selling company, but it was nothing a direct selling company, but it was a Ponzi scheme, which was doing enrollment and cheating lakhs and lakhs of people, not only in the country, but also all over the world. So for the first time, they met their Waterloo, and it was made illegal. But somehow, because of lack of coordination, still they continue to do business in this country and all over the world. So from there, we started booking a number of companies, and later on, I was transferred to a other place, but still we did not leave it, and we continued to work against this Ponzi schemes and all. And now also in Cyberabad, we have booked number of cases. Now we have almost freezed about 1,200 crore rupees, and also we have seized about worth 1,000 crores of property by these various companies. So in between, after my SP ship, I was posted to intelligence, where I worked in a cover activity. So for almost 8 years, I was in the cover job, and we did a lot of operations, and we could save a lot of people, because many people don't know how much the intelligence officers work. Whenever there is an incident, they always try to blame the police and the intelligence as a failure. But many operations we could have stopped, and we could have saved number of people also from various incidents, and also we would have saved number of VIPs. But that doesn't get reported anywhere. But it's only when there's an offense, then there is always say that it's a failure of agencies. So that was the thing. Then later on, I was transferred as commissioner of Cyberabad. So wherever I worked very closely with the people, and I took up one issues, and also worked closely with the NGOs and the people, because ultimately if there is a support from the public, whatever initiative we take, then only we can succeed. Otherwise we can't succeed. And all things can't be done by government or police. Some issues have to be done by the public. Some issues have to be taken up by the NGOs. When there is a collaboration between the NGO, the public, and the government, then we can achieve more. In Cyberabad also, that's how we started working very closely with the IT industry, the other industries, and also we have a very good collaborative body called as the Cyberabad Security Council, which works very closely with the IT industry, because almost about 5.5 lakh employees work here in this one, and almost about 10 lakh people work in the supporting staff and all. We have almost 5 lakh movement of vehicles up from morning to evening in this corridor. So keeping that in view, we work very closely with the Cyberabad Security Council, and also women safety was one of the top priority. So we started initiatives like Margdarshaks, Sangamitra, and also now recently we started to educate the people, youth about the cyber crimes. Also, we started the
Hello, sir. You are currently on mute.
Varun, is it clear?
Sir, sorry for our the issues, technical issues.
No
Sir,
issue.
yeah, no, sir, we won't like to take so much of your time due to technical issues. So,
But
sir,
one thing, because I was interacting with Karan and all. So one point of awakening was also when I was in the student movement, and now I am the other side. But during my earlier days, I used to be on the other side where police used to chase us, trying to know where we are, what are our plans and all. So in one of the issues, we were all taken to a police station, and then we were all paraded before a deputy commissioner of police in my place. So in that time, one officer, I remember his name is Nagaraj, he is IPS officer who is retired now. So he had an interaction with us. He made us sit and he told us, why you are wasting your time in this all hesitations and all. Why don't you write some civil service, or why don't you become like us and all. So that time also I thought that yes, it's, I think we should think on the other side also, and we should start preparing ourselves and try to become a police officer. That's how I also, it really clicked in me that I should try for civil service. So thank you all. If anybody wants to know anything, I'm there to answer your queries.
Sir, it was great to at least hear about your story and how you got here, how you started with, and what all you did throughout your career. So it was amazing to know. But we also had a small token of thank you and gratitude. So for the Jagruti event, we have planted a tree in Sundarban National Park in West Bengal by your name, and we were very honored to have you with us. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Anybody wants to know anything, about police or anything about work and all, I'm there.
Yes, sir. So there are a lot of questions in the chat. We just
Chat, you can tell some 3-4 questions I can answer.
Okay.
we were
Sir,
just
there's
hesitant because
sir,
yeah.
could you give a one-line mantra to for this, how to get in IPS, and what should the public do? What should the public do? You said the public should
Not
also
only
follow.
for civil service, but for all throughout the life, there are no shortcuts and there is no substitute for hard work. Whichever profession you are there, wherever you are there, whatever you are trying to do, please work hard and work with sincerity. Society and country should be your goal. You should always think that by doing so, what will the society get benefited, what the country will get benefited. That should be our motto. That should be our mantra. Wherever I worked, that was my mantra. And I never cared for, once it comes for the society and country, I never cared for anybody, because my conscience was very, very clear. If I do it, if it's going to benefit the society and the country and it's going to give a message, I was the first person to take that risk, and I do it. I was always doing it.
Okay. And sir, what about the political pressure you faced during the anti-Naxalite movement and moving the Naxalite from their the idea of this this problem?
So nothing, we worked very, very closely and we identified the various problems and which were the real facts which were pulling the youth or the public towards that extremism movement. And it's all again area based and all, because of the various development initiatives taken by the state government and also by this police and also by all the stakeholders. We could wean away the state from this extremism. Now almost it is free except some parts of the state. So initially we had two-pronged strategy. One, the try to do it by offensive, and then by again trying to be wean away the youth who were trying to join the movement. So for this one, we conducted various career guidance program, we arranged job melas, we identified unemployed youth, and we also identified various issues which were bothering the villages and bothering the various families. Then we took them into confidence, and then we ensured that they don't join the movement. And also for the people who were in the movement, we started a program called as Bhavishyat, we called as Palle Talli Pilustundani Cheppi. I think my friend Karan, Rahul knows, because I was there in Nalgonda as SP in 2002. I launched that program for the first time in the country to wean away the extremists from the extremist movement. I started that movement from the Samsthan Narayanpur because that program was very dear to me. So almost hundreds of extremists, basing on the call given by the government, by us, police, and also by their own parents. We took the parents and their brothers and sisters into confidence. Through them, we addressed letters to the extremists who were there in the midst of jungle and all. We ensured that those letters reached them also. We used the media also. Through media, we gave a call to them to come back to their villages, to their parents and all. That's the Palle Talli Pilustundante, your mother village is calling back. That was the thing. And hundreds of extremists surrendered, and it was a great setback to the movement.
Wow, that's very inspirational, and we look up to you for future also. And sir, it was great to have you. And I don't see many questions related to inspiration right now, but there is one question that what are your thoughts on general public opinion that many government officials have a lot of pressure from elected representatives, and the elected representatives might slow and stall the work. do that actually does that actually happen or not?
That's a part of life because we are in democracy. We should have our own way of dealing it. Some places we were successful, some places we were not successful. That's how I got about 18. I think it got cut.
No, sir, it's working. It's working. We can hear you.
Almost in 14 years of my service, I got 18 transfers. So once in Nalgonda, I was transferred from Nalgonda to Cyberabad as DCP traffic because of the threat. So the government said, no, I should not be posted. Then I was posted to as the 2nd Battalion Commandant of Kurnool. Then somehow again I was transferred as SP Nellore in 2003, but local politicians did not accept me, and within 2 hours of my transfer, the orders were cancelled. I could see the order because that time there was no media, only one media was there, ETV was there. In that 8 o'clock news, it came that I was posted as SP Nellore. But again at 10 o'clock, I came to know through the same media that the posting orders have been cancelled. Then people were not willing to go to Kadapa because it was the district of the opposition leader, and then who became the chief minister of Andhra Pradesh after that election, Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy, and many of the officers were not willing to go to that district because of the violence, because of the sensitivity, and also because of the fierce competition between the various political parties, and they don't wanted to go and take risk at that time because they did not know which party will come to power, and if they do something, they may not get posting on. But then our DG had full faith in me and trust in me. Then he called me back, and when I was about to go to my new place of posting to Kurnool, he said, no, I proposed your name as SP Kadapa, you have to go, because I am from an outside, not a localite. So having worked in that area as ASP Pulivendula, that is the constituency of the then Chief Minister Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy, and now the present Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. So I was posted there as ASP. With that experience, then my DG also proposed my name. So then I went and worked as SP Kadapa. After elections also, because of the neutrality we maintained, I was continued as SP Kadapa for almost 1.5 years. Then I was transferred to another district. So because of your attitude, we should never feel that we may not get posting and all. There are some portions because of our attitude or because of the image we carry. There will be some places where we are going to suit, and those places will always come to us. People think that no, we always should toe the line of some politicians or toe the line of the government and all. No, we should always take up issues and fight for it. And there will be some place where again our services will be required. That's how it happened to me. I was posted all these postings because of there is a need, whether it was in SP as in Nalgonda, Kadapa, Guntur, Warangal, and Medak. All whenever the government needed a tough officer, or whenever there is a need of there is some problem, then they always looked for some good officers. That's how I got posted in all those 5 districts, and it's a record. I think no officer did those much of district in this state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana.
That's amazing, sir. Sir, thank you for being with us. It was very exciting to be with you, and we would love to send a physical token of gratitude to your office as soon, about 3 March or something. But for now, we have planned again. Sorry for repeating, but as the current token of gratitude, for now we have planted a tree in Sundarban National Park by your name, and you could even visit there if you get time. And
thank you.
So it is inspiring to be to learn from people like you and IPS officers like you, to get from the your journey from childhood to being what you are currently. And thank you for being
Because
with
you're
us.
all going to become the future technocrats, and you'll be a great asset to the society. Please keep it in mind, the society and the country, whatever you do, whether it's in the profession or in your personal life or whatever you want to do, please try to give back to the society and country, because country and society will only grow when good people network. Now the time is there. I've seen many people, bad people networking very, very easily, but good people networking is very, very tough, and it's very, very rare thing. I think you all who are good people and all who are going to be the future citizens of this country, please always keep society and country in mind and work in future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Varun, and thank you, Ramesh sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Close, okay?
Okay, I close from my side. I close from my side.
Yeah. Okay, for the audience, thanks a lot for joining us over here. And apologies for the slight technical glitches that happened. Now we can all shift to the Zakir Khan program, which is scheduled to start at 7. So let's all leave this meeting. Everybody